G'day, citizens. Welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute, joined today by old man Hurston himself. Algared, how you doing, mate?
Fairly well. I'm just dealing with some Hurston worker complaints at the moment. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was meant to do an intro today, and I totally forgot.
Did you?
I'm gonna do it now, right? So, Algared, just give me 60 seconds to myself, because I did promise this to someone, and I've just realized I've completely forgot. So, just give me a second. Right, hang on. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Oh, that's stuff for later. Hang on. God damn it, I'm so disorganized today. Hang on. Where is it? This one. Oh, there we go. Here we go. All right, that should do.
That should be enough.
Yeah, that should be. All right. Someone asked me to smolder for 30 seconds at the start, so that's the closest I can do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's good enough. It's probably terrible. But anyway, right.
Paul does it.
Yeah. No. Oh, no, it wasn't for Paul. It was, I can't remember what it was. It was on Grimstream yesterday. I think it was because Disco did it or something like that. Anyway, we'll see.
Others were saying, look, it's Astropub.
Oh, right. Well, there we go. So yeah. All right. False gods. Yeah.
Question from Socially Confused, because I've seen it pop up a couple of times. One is, did we used to have recent vids on Twitch because they've disappeared? If we did, and they've disappeared, it is a Twitch thing, because I don't think we've ripped anything.
I turned them off.
There you go.
Because I was like, well, if you're going to watch them, why not just watch them on YouTube? Because then we get at least get something for it. You don't get, I don't believe you get any money when people watch VODs. So I was just like, well, just watch them on YouTube.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was just like, well, just watch them on YouTube.
Help our algorithm is basically what you're doing.
I'm trying to get as much money out of this as I possibly can, because you hardly get any money out of this shit. Not that we're doing it for money, but like, again, money helps, So I'm going to do it for that reason.
It's not that we're doing it for money, but I got to tell you, the little bit we do get from YouTube does help with replacing equipment and that type of stuff. So
man, if you guys are not liking it, I'll turn it back on. But my brain was just like, well, why would I when you can watch it on YouTube? So I just watch it on YouTube.
My brain goes, if you watch it on YouTube, it helps the algorithm, which helps us grow, which helps us maybe possibly one day break that 20K barrier, which even the 18K barrier.
We've been going up and down.
Yeah, I know.
It's frustrating because we went right up to it again, and then we've dropped back down again. It's like a freaking yo-yo. Yeah. We can't get past 18K. It's really strange. It's never gonna happen at this rate. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's never gonna happen. We get there, right to like 17,999. Back down a couple hundred. It's not the end of the world, and it's not as if we do this to get the clicks and likes and the subscriptions, but it is in a sense a weird sense of validation and yeah.
I don't know. If you really want me to turn it back on, anyway. Socially Confused, I will turn it back on. But my brain was just like, well, if you're going to watch it, you can just watch it on YouTube, and at least then we get something out of it. That was my thought process. But if you disagree with me on that, let me know, and I'll turn back on.
Yep. So hi, Luna Maria. Because she said hi, and first time chatter on Twitch. Ginger Bearding.
It was the same thing with Spotify too, Algared, didn't we? We used to have a guy that asked if he could put our stuff on Spotify because he preferred it on Spotify. And we just let him do that, and then he stopped doing it, and then everyone started complaining, asking. In fact, I think we had a question recently. Someone was saying, why don't we put it on Spotify? Well, we never put it on Spotify. Someone asked us, and we let them do it. So if you want it on Spotify and you want to do that again, come and ask us, and we'll let you do it. It's just that I'm not going to do additional work. I just can't be bothered. You got to remember, this is a low-effort operation. It is minimal effort. Minimal. It's all about the information. This is literally the answer the call thing that Disco used to do, right?
No, socially confused is saying it's fine. You just noticed I were missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luna Marie. Look, it's honest. We don't actually do this for the money. We don't do this because we're trying to make a living out of it.
If I wanted to make money every day, I'd be doing videos every day. I'd be streaming every day. I would be just like shilling, products to you guys left, right, and fucking center. Yeah. We have turned down stuff recently. We got I turned it down because obviously I checked the emails. Algared's too busy teaching young kids how to speak. They sent us something and I shared it with Algared and we went, well, this doesn't work for us, so we're just not going to do it. Now, there are other people out there that'll take them up on that offer and that's totally fine, but we're not going to pimp you guys out for money. That's just not what we're doing here. We will try to make more money for less effort, or the same effort, but we're not going to go out of our way to shill. Like, that's just not who we are.
Or to offset things like replacing lights, because believe it or not, to get the look. One of the things we found, you've got to have good lights, So
So let me show you this. I brought this secondhand recently because I couldn't get. So this is the Track IR thing, right? And I've been trying that out. The only other product we've ever reviewed on Inforunners was the Toby. So I thought, well, maybe I'll see if I can, and I did. I got this one fairly cheap secondhand, but I'm going to probably bring that with me up at the end of the month. We've got that Atmo Esports Algared. I think I'll bring it up with me and just give it to you and let you use it for a bit, and you can just post it back to me. And that way we can now review something else, this is something that I think is pretty good actually. But that's how I would, like if we can get a sponsorship to review something, then we'll review it. But I'm only going to review things that are literally really good for Star Citizen people. Like I'm not going to go out and go, hey, what's that? What was that game? When you go in, it'd be like a mobile phone game on YouTube. What was the name? But I can't remember the name of it. Something Raiders it was, or whatever the name, and you see these other. I think there was another company that for another space game that approached us to shield to people too, and I was like, no man, that's just not who we are. Raid Shadow Legends. That's it, Raid Shadow Legends. Like every streamer under the sun was pimping that shit. That's not what we're here for. We're here to talk about the game, and that's what I'm putting first.
And as soon as we're no longer enjoying it and having fun as we're doing it,
that's it. This is over.
That's it.
So I don't like to talk about money too much, but I know we do talk about it every once in a while. But I'm just trying to show you, like, if there's anything we're not doing that you guys want us to do, please tell us. And I mean that both ways. I mean that both ways. Like we've had a lot of people ask us for merch over the years, right? But I generally sit down and go, yeah, look, I can think of some merch that I want to do, but then I've got to do all this work to do it. And do I need the money?
What do we get out of it?
Yeah. Like, all we get is money. Like, and it's at the end of the day, like I can get more money for doing nothing extra. Like when I turn those, the Twitch stuff off, right? That's fine by me. I'm happy to do that. But actually sit there and do all this extra work to kind of milk you guys out of money, like it.
And
you know what I mean? Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, we know people who buy merch are often doing it to support
and then we've got to sit there and
support whatever it is.
And then we're going to sit there and pimp it to you guys as well. So, we've been asked that maybe we'll test some water. Like I know there's some people that are on within the Inforunners group that wants us to do merch. So maybe, and we've talked about testing it a few times, it seems like there is a group there that wants it, but there's just as many people that don't. So we'll go through that anyway. That was the first time chatted too. Dominios, nice to see you. He was the guy that said Raid Shadow Engines. Yeah. Anyway,
Glad to see you.
Bot is up. We've got a couple of things to go through today. So, we had. Let me kick this over here. So the first one is we got the subscriber promotions. Now, Algared, I'm assuming you've picked this up because you've got a lot of entertaining to do, and this would allow you to do it in game. Yes, this was a setup, by the way. I've completely set you up for this one. Yeah, how many of these?
I don't believe I've got that one yet.
No. I can see you and Ewu girls in this. Like, it makes a lot of sense to me. Old Man Hurst, it's that cheesy bedroom style. I can see you pulling that off.
Workers' union, is not anything to do with girls. It's just
I beg to differ, Mr. Old Man Hefner over here.
No, Execute. You know about the United Workers Union. They're a nefarious organization on Hurston. Not a nice union at all. Very, very nasty people.
I guess. Someone just shouts, Wastelander SC just said, a shirt with the Algared vest and tie, I'd buy 20 of those. That's a pretty cool idea. But I'm thinking back to earlier on the stream when I came on and Algared's camera was on, I'm like, God, man, what are some pads? It was like, I was like, holy shit, I didn't even see that when I woke up. But yeah. So yeah, you don't want to see behind the scenes before the show starts. Let's just leave it that way. Chagrid. There we go. Yeah, there's Chagrid. The Algared, it's Chagrid.
Old man Hefner.
Chagrid. Yeah, I like that one. That's such an Aussie. That's a very Aussie word too. Chagrid. Are you Aussie, Zenith? Who said that? Chagrid. Romance behind the scenes. No. Just lack of pants behind the scenes was disturbing.
No lack of pants.
There was lack of pants and lack of a green screen. Let's just put it that way. Anyway. All right, so before we go through the monthly report, because we've got a couple little ship things to go through, we've obviously got these coming as well, which I think this will probably be around the 14th, I know, being Valentine's Day. So obviously the Vulture, the Salvation, and the Fortune. I'm wondering if that's also Prospector, because they do share skins. But that kind of makes sense, yeah, because I think we... I don't know. I don't really have anything there to add, but notice how they're all industry ships and they're all salvages. I wonder if that's got foretelling there at all, Algared. What do you reckon?
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that there's another salvager coming next after the was the little sneak peek last week.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll probably be a sneak peek dropping very soon or later today, which I'm sure someone will send me. Oh, it sends me the emails really late. And everyone else.
It's been like one of our politicians said, the arse end of the world.
I don't know why. Maybe they just sent them out in waves, but it is what it is.
And yes, Matt, I did channel a bit of that orange person.
She's been an orange person. I heard a hint of that in Disco yesterday on the thing. Just for a second there, he had the voice part at the end. Anyway. He went to put on a voice, and then you could tell he pivoted as he went to do it. He was like, "Oh, I can't talk like that because that'll offend people," and then he switched. Anyway, so yeah, long story.
Well, I don't care if I offend people because I think I'm bagging that guy because I think he's a douchebag. But hey, that's just my opinion, and I'm welcome to it.
That's it. All right, so me and you kind of went through this last night, and I was trying to give Algared all this information. So I was very tired last night because I was trying to get my sleep back in check. And in typical Execute fashion, I just wanted to get the information out so I could get the fuck out of there. And Algared, in his typical fashion, wanted to talk shit at the same time.
Yeah.
So you know how that goes.
Talking shit, you know that.
Yeah, I know. But like, I'm like, you knew I was tired, so I'm like, I gotta fucking go. Just let me get this fuck out of my mouth so I can fucking go to bed. But anyway, it's typical shit where he wants to talk. I know he wants to talk, but I want to get it out so I can leave. So we talked about this for about an hour anyway, but It was interesting just to catch your thoughts on it as well. But I also went through this with Grim. I've also been through this with Bops. So we'll try and go through this again relatively quickly. Obviously, the first ship they kind of talk about here is the Vol getting ready for its final release. So that was pretty self-explanatory.
That was pretty easy and self-explanatory.
Yeah. Following the completion of the Hammerhead Gold Standard, some of these teams began laying the groundwork for a second view vehicle, while the third passed its white box gate review flying colors. So the fact that they've been put together, people seem to think that it's either a Hammerhead variant or an Aegis variant, or is it just made up and the points don't matter? I'm going to lean on the caution of the points are made up and they just don't matter, because they interchangeably use the word vehicle, and then two paragraphs later, they use the word ship. So they just show how disconnected these things are. They're so vague that you can't even connect them. There's no structure to every email. You know, there's other weird things too, like, and I'll point it out. We'll talk about it when we get down there. But why did they call this as an as yet unannounced ship? Isn't that just an unannounced ship? Why is it worded salad like that? So people will look into that shit because you've worded in such a weird way, and people have looked into it. And is it worth looking into, or is it just really worded for no reason? Who knows? We'll talk about that when we get down to it, though. But it is very strange how it's been worded. Then we this one here looks like it potentially could be a crafter, because they said issues with the main gameplay feature not being behaving as expected. So that's either gameplay ship that's coming. So I'd say that's more coming soon. So I start to think Fabricator or another Salvage or something like that along those lines, because obviously it's coming soon. So this sounds like it's the ship potentially right after the Vol.
Yeah, and I did say when we were talking that it could be a Fabricate, but as I was just thinking then, it could also be a refinery type vehicle. So a vehicle for refining, where that gameplay just wasn't working the way they expected, so they've got to do stuff to fix it. But either way,
Dominio says someone's paid by the word count. That's why it's so full of word salad. Actually, it's kind of funny. I think it's funny as fuck. Anyway.
Yep.
Right. Then we go on to approach the white box review. The devs reviewing the scope of the work and the available timeline, implying that is a bigger ship.
Yep.
Right. And there's a couple in there like that as we go through it. Elsewhere, the attack Raelian. So I did talk about this with you directly because this made me think when I was talking about it. They tend to have moved, back in the day, they tested different ways to build the ship series. So they'll build the one in the middle and then they work up and out. They've built at the top and worked their way down. And now it seems to be they start at the bottom and they're working their way up. So we had the Saulian, and now they're going to a large ship at the Gatak Raelian. Well, there's a gap right there. Could this potentially mean that there's a medium attack ship coming?
Alien ship coming.
And I'm only asking the question. I'm not saying it is, right? But this is how me and Algared start to think. We start to look for those outliers.
Missing holes.
And this appears to me, Algared, noting that where it's at in the white box review in February, that doesn't look like it's ready for Alien Week. But if they were working on a medium ship at the same time to get to the large, which makes sense to me.
It's possible that could be
at Alien Week.
Yep.
So that's
as Robert JT says, anything's possible, and we always say just enough rope.
Yeah. So this is why we talk about trying to narrow the field a lot, because just even if you're getting it down, instead of being at 100%, if you can get it down to 25%, at least you can see the ballpark now, right? And so you want to try and contain it as much as possible, but don't rule certain things out. Obviously, you can go to Crazy Town and it goes outside that, but you've got to try and make it as realistic as possible. So I just want you guys to keep...
And in fairness, sometimes we do go to Crazy Town, but we do try to limit that.
Well, I've got a lot more... after what happened with the cutter, I've become a lot more cautious with how I speculate now. So I try to be a bit more, a bit more open-minded, but I'm relaxing my rules a little bit, right? So long story short, just keep that in the back of your mind that there may be a medium coming for that. The Grey Tech UTV, I'm kind of excited for that one as a small vehicle, but again, it's going to be an earning game for almost everyone, so most people won't give a shit about it. But it is cool to see because it's taken them 2 years to get that kind of coming along.
Yeah.
Another one here to think about too, the Hull B. If they're working on a mist ship, then they're probably working on another mist ship. What is that? Just keep that in the back of your mind. Is it the Expanse? Is it something completely new?
And this is coming on the back of them saying there are 5 unannounced ships.
Yeah.
That have been worked on in the European field. So that's where we're kind of coming from and saying, well, does that mean there's something else because of the about Miss Cold B is passed, well, that's known, so does that mean there's an unannounced? It's not going to be the Odyssey because the Odyssey's known about. So
also knowing that we kind of need refining, we really need refining to come in for crafting, because it's definitely the missing link at the moment, because you can get it through stations, but it's just a real issue. And we've seen this in the past. They don't do an announced ship. So you've got the Galaxy announced, you've got the Expanse announced. You look at the Galaxy, it's got 2 large refineries, so it can only do 2 materials at a time. The Expanse has the other problem where it's not enough volume, but too many resources it can do. And then something in the middle that's like 4 mediums. Now that sounds like a sweet spot to me. That's the type of thing I would expect to come in first. And so basically that's kind of what I'm expecting. Now, I'm not saying it's a MISC or hell, it could even be the TAC one, right? But they definitely need something refining to come in. Even if it's tier 0, where it literally just copies the station and it's inside a ship, we need something like that to get crafting ball rolling a lot neater. And then obviously when you get base building after that, it becomes even more dire, right? Because you're going to need such more huge quantities to pull that off. So refining, it has to be, in my book, it kind of goes crafting, refining, base building. That's kind of where I see it. I don't know if you see it the same, but that's kind of where I'm at.
I could see it going either way, because if you've got the materials at the moment, you could refine them and sell those materials off. So it aids with the economy. It also enables them to start looking more at the materials they want to use in crafting. But yeah, I think it's six of one, half a dozen of another.
You can look at almost any ship. Like, is it a variant of a ship? Can you take the? I'm just going to throw one out there. Can you take the Clipper and turn it into a refining ship? No clue, right? Is it an Apollo variant? Hermes variant? Who knows, right? At this point, the points are made up and they just don't matter. So yeah. Anyway, the Ironclad. So I went through this with Grim. Grim is a big fan of Drake ships, as you know. I feel sorry for Trispone, because Trispone modeled this whole thing out and now it's all changed. So basically they've put all these bent corridors in. There wasn't things like that in the concept. That ladder there is a new ladder piece. It's not a traditional Drake ladder. So they really have built a lot of stuff out. The raised platform there is new as well. I'm talking off to this side here. This is new. You know, the kind of bent corridors is new. They clearly learned. They clearly learnt from the Paladin. You know, where the Paladin had those pipes near the suit locker room, as you walk in the door, and then it had the pipes. Similar lighting styles to that, but a Drake version of that. It's better lit than previous things, and I think the really big one that I pointed out to you, if I zoom in and enhance, is signage. So the shit they learned on the Perseus is now going manufacturers wide. That's great to see. You know, it's really good. It's all positive. It's like they listened. They're learning. They're evolving.
That's a scary thought. Yeah, they're evolving.
Yeah, they're no gods. They're just men.
But I do think that's the nature of game development as well. You know, you build your ships, and then as you go on and you pick things up, you hear people talking about this would be good. And I know a guy who did on the Perseus. You know, he went to checked out the midway and saw all the signage on the midway and other. And okay.
Are you talking about the guy in the background here? Hang on. Are you talking about Ben here?
No, not the false god. No,
right,
not the guy.
I'd already done thumbnails of John Cruz, so I thought it was time I had to go at Ben. So that's Ben. If you're wondering why you're in the background as a ghoul, that is a Gould. That is why, because I've already done ones of John. If you want to go find the ones of John, and go look through the thumbnails. He what's the last one he did of John? I think it was a Hobbit, a Lord of the Ships, when we did that episode. He was it was like the Hobbit. Anyway. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. As long as he wasn't Smeagol, that's probably okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's good to see.
Benoit coming in Smeagol soon. Right, anyway, here you go.
No, Benoit is not Smeagol. Benoit is the great champion of Kruger. How could you dare assume he was...
Remind me when we do the show tomorrow, the recorded show, and I'll tell you about the thumbnail I've got for Disco. I've got a really good one. It's similar to this, but it's a different movie franchise. Anyway, keep going.
Greatest Python, great to see you. How do you join the giveaway? You go back to our video and put a comment in.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I didn't even think to pimp that, so I will do that now.
Thank you for doing that, because we'll pimp that now.
Just for everyone that's watching. So if you go into shit, where the hell? No, it'll be just here. Here it is. This is the one. So this one here, I'll link it in chat for everyone. So yeah, there you go.
And you just put a comment in, and make sure that you are subscribed and visibly subscribed, so we can actually trace who you are, so we can confirm it.
That's not a bad one. C Daddy from CIG says Benoit is Gandalf.
I did like that. I thought yes, and I agree with that.
No,
he's a great champion.
He doesn't have
the greatest,
but he doesn't have a big enough beard. Wouldn't that be bearded CIG? He's got that huge beard.
No, because
Gandalf he'd be a dwarf. No, he'd be the dwarf. He'd be like Gimli. Yeah.
Gimli.
I think about that one. Well, you could obviously do Andy Serkis as Smeagol because he was
a Smeagol.
But anyway, if you want to win this,
so does that mean
Hermes thanks? Hang on, if you want to win this Hermes thanks to CIG, just leave a comment, and at the end of the stream, we're going to go through and we'll just do a comment picker, or towards the end of the stream, and that's how you win. It's just the easiest way for us to do it.
Subscribe and make sure you're visibly subscribed.
Yeah, got to be
actually confirm that.
Got to be publicly subscribed, otherwise I can't see it, and if I can't see it, then I can't put you in the draw. Who is Jared? Jared is Disco Lando. Who is Jared? Is in Lord of the Rings. I didn't have him down for a Lord of the Rings person. I had him down for Men in Black. Believe it or not, it was the franchise I was going to use.
Wormtongue. There you go.
God, Algared, you're harsh. You are so harsh, sir. Wow.
All right.
Wow. Wow. Well,
I'll go the other way.
I just realised you could...
Actually, who would be Treebeard?
Well, John Rhys Davies, obviously. But yeah.
Sorry, who?
John Rhys Davies, because he plays the voice of him. Anyway. Samwise, Jared would be a good Samwise. Actually, he'd do a better Tom Bombadil. Actually, who was that? No, you know that one in the Gandalf, but he was like the tree one. You know the one I'm talking about? He the one that like had all he had the sleigh that went. Yeah, Radagast. He'd be a good Radagast, actually.
Radagast the Brown.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. Anyway, all right, we're going completely off topic here. Anyway,
Treebeard. Jared is Treebeard. I could actually see Jared as someone said it in there. Who was it? Where did I say? Not good Gandalf. Not Tom Bombadil. Yeah,
maybe we have a competition, right, for another giveaway, right? Because Bops did this. He had some creative competitions, right? So and the problem is when you do a creative competition, it limits people's art thing. And I would literally allow people to do like a crayon submission, right? Or a pen. So if you can't draw for shit, you just do it the best you can, right? But it's what makes me and Algared laugh the most, right? Like I can judge it from creativity, and Algared can judge it from, fun. We can both judge it from funniness, I guess, right? But maybe we do that as our next giveaway. We do some kind of creative one on the Discord where, me and you have to think about it, like, and we'll pick someone from CIG, and it's what character you could, and maybe we limit it to a franchise, or maybe we open it right up. I don't know. We'll see. Well, you and I will have to talk about that. I reckon that could be quite funny if it was done properly. Anyway,
I do think that Tom. Which character would be Tom Bombadil? Don't know. He's kind of
we have gone
from
back
everywhere.
Back on track.
Anyway, we'll go back on track. Sorry, get back on track.
I'm gonna pull him back on. He's got to pull me back on sometimes too. Right. So this is obviously the command module. You and I talked about this. I'm going to try and make this one short because I did talk about this for a very long time with Grim yesterday. But I think they're essentially giving this like the cutter treatment, or the the standardization into the new Drake. And so a couple of things point to that. They obviously put the engines of the Clipper in this, but the whole thing is kind of empty right now, which kind of shows that they're still working on it. And I think when you looked at the original concept of the Ironclad Assault, it had got bigger, which I think they've been planning to do that the whole time. But also, if you take this and then put it back onto the old Caterpillar, it allows them to update that. Does that mean the whole Caterpillar? No. The whole Caterpillar is not going to rework, just the command module. It is a separate ship. They kind of talk about it in here as being a separate ship.
They do.
And that means that'll allow them to come back and work on the Caterpillar at a later date.
Yep. And the other thing is that when we were talking with Ben and John, they did talk about the command module, and one of the problems they had with that, with the whole command module, even with the Ironclad and the Caterpillar, was the fact that you have the command module is a separate ship.
Yep.
The other thing is a separate ship, and you've got to combine them and then have them actually work together as a single ship. And that was a coding issue that they had to solve.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a larger as you're suggesting, a larger kind of
but more
treatment.
Standardized. So what I mean by cutter treatment is if you look at the cutters, so we had the 3 where they had the same exterior, they had the same kind of front, but then they had little pieces through the midsection, and the back was a bit modified as well. So that would allow them to make a kind of a modular internally version of this command module. So for example, the Ironclad Assault or Ironclad, sorry, needs more seats for people, so they can put more seats in that one, you know, or maybe it's got, you know, the one that's on the Caterpillar has all these, it's basically a whole second ship on that one. So you know, maybe they rip some of the beds out on the Ironclad one to put in more seats because they've got more people. So it just allows them to change it on the inside, but not so much the outside. Making use of that modular set pieces they kind of made for the cutter and stuff like that. And I can't. The question that really comes out after you kind of work all that stuff through is, are they going to make this so it does have a jump drive? Now, that's a really big part of it, and me and Algared did go back and forwards a couple of times on this. But if you give it a jump drive, it's no longer a snub, right? But then if it's no longer a snub and it does have a jump drive, they could technically sell that as like an advanced starter of Drake.
Yep.
And
look, I could see them doing that. I don't know why they wouldn't do that. It's almost like a semi-trailer cab,
well,
you know.
After our discussion last night, I had an idea, Algared. How could they sell this yet make it so it's still a snub? And I had a little eureka moment, right? And as I'm searching for it, the idea will come to you. Has it come to you yet? Do you see where I'm going, Algared?
I believe I can see where you're going. It's the Star Wars jump drive,
and I think that is extremely sick. So a command module that just puts a ring or something akin to that on it, and that allows it to be an advanced starter ship, right? You can drop the ring. Do you remember I was talking about last night? Wouldn't it be cool if you could make it jump between ships and use it a little bit like a shuttle that just kind of disconnected and connected other things? And I realized very quickly but how does it get itself there? And that's when I had this moment. And now it makes so much, because Algared was talking about, wouldn't it be really cool if you could have them kind of jump between, and we were going through like that. But I realized there was a part missing, and that's it.
I tend to think, like, my thinking goes, at the moment, the command module on the Caterpillar does not have a jump drive. It's just a snub. It detaches and goes, and the jump component is on the main module, the main body of a ship.
Yeah.
It's the same type of problem that the Endeavour has at the moment. The jump module is on the back, or is in the cab, but the drives are at the back of the ship or something like that. So they're disconnected, but they're supposed to be attached to the engines. It's the warp, you know, the jump drive is actually a malfunctioning regular drive.
Yeah.
And so
there are a few people pointing out in chat, yes, it can run around the system. That is correct, but it can't get between systems. So I'm talking about literally just... So think about the other things that can provide too. It can give more gun hard points, for example. It could give more shields. It could give a whole bunch of things, because that ring can contain components as well, right? So my whole point being is it allows them to have 2 different ships in one. One that's just a snub, and one that converts it into an advanced starter. I think it works on multiple levels. I could be wrong. In fact, I probably am most likely wrong, right? But I just thought it was a cool concept I wanted to share.
If the command module has a quantum drive, which I do believe it did have, that makes it actually significantly better than a snub anyway, even without a jump drive.
It's got a quantum drive. It just doesn't have a jump drive.
Now, CIGF seem to back away from ships that have quantum drive not having a jump drive. And the only way I could see them doing that is the command module actually has the jump drive and the quantum drive, and the main body of the ship, in terms of a Caterpillar, loses the jump drive, and you connect to it, and then it becomes one ship and does that. That's how in my mind, it works. It would work, but...
You know, and then obviously now they've got this command module. What other ships can they make? What other ships can they have a command module attached to? You know,
and as we're thinking that, you have your command module. Can you know, if it's got a regular docking port, can it dock onto or clip onto a ship that is disabled, and then actually become the drive unit that powers that, you know, takes that ship away?
Can it become like a little boarding craft? And do they bring out a ship that's like a repair ship or a refinery or a miner or whatever? And for example, can you you know, you have your little command module, you dock it with that ship, you do your refining or whatever, then you fly over to your ironclad, connect to it, and then load all the cargo from the refinery into that and take off. So is it like this little system where you can kind of go from one to the next? As I said, like a little, as you and I said, like a little shuttlecraft. It could be really interesting Drake little concept to have.
It would also be a different way of doing, you know, the ship recovery, like, you know, as I've suggested. It's like we've so far got the tractor beams for recovery. This would be a different. This would literally click on and drive off, but repair.
But it'd only work on Drake ships. It wouldn't work on every single ship, because. You'd have
if you got a standard docking collar.
It would have to be a hacking ship of some kind that hacks in and then controls your ship remotely. So yes, it could work, but only works. But yeah, I get where you're going. Yeah, I could see it. No,
because if you call for a tow and this ship turns up, it's you're not
really towing because you're using that ship's engines. So that ship would still need to be functional. So what you could do though is give someone permission to connect with their command module, so they could hang on. So for example, what this ship wouldn't be good for ship recovery. What this would be good for is ship transport, because what you could then do is, like, Algared's got 55 caterpillars and he needs one of them moved from A to B. I can turn it with my command module. He's given me permission to not go inside it, but he's given me permission to move it. I connect to it. I can control the entire ship from being inside the command module and fly from A to B. Because you think about it, you cannot drag a ship without a tractor beam. You would need to use its engines. For example, if I don't have a jump drive on this thing, how do I make a ship jump?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Like, I can't do it, so I've got to use its engines.
Yeah, and I've already put in the premise that this has the jump drives, whereas the body of a ship doesn't. There is
a place there for what I've just described there, though, because it's halfway between, you know, fully recovering a vehicle and allowing someone to move your vehicle. There's a place for that. I could see a ship that would do that, and that would make sense. It's an interesting prospect. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Unseeable thing. First time chatter on Twitch says a Caterpillar was supposed to be a Drake industrial, or have a few Drake industrial roles, if they ever get back to it. Yes. And look, when we were talking to Ben and John, we asked about the Caterpillar modules, and they said, yep, they're still a thing.
Yeah.
We just don't know what they are, and because they've never sold them, they're not beholden to actually do all of those things that they said.
He talked also about, because the modular system wasn't in at that point, obviously we know we've got it in with the Apollo, but it literally said under the current system, they would have to build like 235 versions of the Caterpillar, which is just insane.
Yeah, because they've got the different sections of the Caterpillar. So every section configuration would actually mean you need a new model of a ship. But as they've gone back and we've now got modularity coming in, or being seen more prevalent, that may also mean that we see the Caterpillar get revisited in terms of that. But I can't see them doing that until after they've got the command module done, and then they're going to give the Caterpillar its gold pass update. So not for a long while would be my thought.
Okay, I'm just talking to someone in the background. Is that a little more? Yes. Trisphone's asking something. Yes. Then we move on to the Kraken stuff.
Random 98765. We'll give away the Hermes at the end-ish of the show, which is probably in about 2.5 hours time, roughly. To enter, go
probably
to the
around
video.
around about 2 hours from now. We're 40 minutes in, so yeah.
So go to the video for the Hermes that we did. Leave a comment in the chat and make sure you're a subscriber. And publicly subscribed, and that's it. That's all you got to do.
So the Kraken. Grim is a massive big fan of the Kraken. So when we went through this with him, long story short, you can look at it as a 3D modeler. I can look at it and I can already tell it is really like you got all these little details in here you wouldn't add unless you're at a different point. And I think I agreed with Grim that this is more detailed than it needs to be. We had the 3D model of the current version in game, and you could flick between the two, and there were so many changes. Not funny, like these grids, what do you call them? Iron struts here are solid in the model. As an example, you know, you don't have all these little clips and details here that they've added. They've already got some decaling on here as well, so it's quite a lot more detailed. Long story short, I think there's two reasons for this, and I did bring them up to you last night. The only other ship that they did this with was the Polaris, and the Polaris debuted at Invictus on the floor and then came out at IAE. And I think this is going to be the opposite. I think this is going to be on the floor at IAE and come out at next Invictus.
Yeah, and we saw that type of thing done years ago as well when we had the Idris on the floor at Hurston was that an Invictus or was that an IAE? But we have seen that, you know, we have seen other big ships that we've just seen.
You're talking about the Idris when they had it down the elevator at Hurston that time? Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah. Oh, that was that IAE, God, that was an AIE because back then there was no Invictus. That's how far back you're talking about. Yeah.
But that was that was one of the things where we have seen them do that type of thing where we just get the exterior of a ship, not the ability to walk through it.
There was people that were in the chat yesterday that were against this idea because they're like, well, they'll save the Kraken for AIE. It's the biggest event. Well, think about last year. The Idris came out at Invictus. So, and Drake's big day is Drake Defense Con. We're getting the Ironclad most likely this year there. So therefore, the year after that, the Kraken seems to make a lot of sense to me. And again, knowing where this is in the monthly report, it's the inside of it is not ready. But there's two things you can do here, right? Not only can you put this on the floor, but doesn't this sound like a really good idea to have the outside of this so you can attack it, like in I don't know, an event? You know, think about all the other stuff that's external on it. Like you could have ships take off the deck and attack you. That sounds really interesting for gameplay, does it not? Do you attack the Kraken early and attack them before they attack you by shooting the ships on the deck, or do you wait till they come out and swarm you like crazy? I don't know. It sounds a lot.
And do a bombing run on the decks.
It sounds a lot more interesting. It sounds a lot more interesting than Idris with just a railgun, anyway. So I don't know. There's a couple of connotations there. Also, the style looks a bit different. Like it looks almost a bit rusted here, or not rusted, but the color is definitely that darker tone. So even though Drake only has 100 years of lore, they're a relatively new manufacturer. To say something like RSI that's 900 still shows that there's a little bit of depth here. So maybe the Kraken isn't an older one, but based on lore, it's about 50 years old. So it's in the middle. So we'll have to see what happens there. But I again, just looking at this detailing on this small section they've shown makes me very excited for this ship. Interested to see how it develops. Right, I think
now I am going to go to a quick comment that John made in regard to the giveaway. He says, "I'll be in bed by then, by the time that we do the giveaway." That's okay, because if you're a person who wins and you're not here, that's okay. You still get time to tell us, to confirm with us, and get that. But if you are here when we actually do the draw and you tell us in chat, what we usually do is then we give you a skin to go with that as well.
Yeah,
so,
skin of your choice from the store.
So we'll give you a skin of your choice for the ship.
If you're here when we draw it. So yeah. But I am looking into some other things to change up the giveaways. Like I did mention that keyboard one. I think we'll do that too at some point when I have some free time. It'll have to be probably back when I get back from the Philippines.
Yep.
And maybe after Invictus. But yeah.
But I did think addressing John's comment was a fair one.
John is just stirring the shit, and you took the bait, Algared. I ignored it completely.
No, not for John's benefit, but for everyone else's benefit. It was good just to point that out and just.
Yeah, but I can see him right now in his home at his computer, sitting there,
his head off.
laughing like this full belly laugh, and then coughing and spluttering because he can't breathe from all the smoking he does. I can see it right now. I guarantee you, I'm going to get a message on Discord in 5 minutes going, "You son of a bitch! I just coughed everywhere." That's what he's going to say. Yeah.
He sprayed over his computer. That's okay. Yeah. If I've made him do that, fantastic. Great. Yeah. And to enter again for who asked that question? Overboard. Go to the video on the Hermes, leave a comment, make sure you're publicly subscribed to the channel, and that's it. You're in.
Yeah, so we did forget to do this one. That was a little bit of word salad. So it says the North American team continues to work on an yet unannounced ship which progressed through the white box phase last month. It saw its variants blocked out to ensure that there are no surprises when it goes in development later of the year. So there's a couple of different ways people have read this, right? So the first thing, you can kind of look at it and go, there's one ship, it's got at least 2 others because it says variants. But there's had some people imply, because of the way it's written, is this like the Mark II treatment? As yet unannounced ship progressed through whitebacks phase, and then it goes last month saw its variants. Because it's worded so weird, it does make that kind of, so it's unannounced to be, it exists, but it's unannounced that it's being worked on. You need to fix your clicking with your mouse. I can hear every single fucking click.
Sorry.
And that video during the week, I sent you a text message, didn't I?
Yeah.
I said, the fucking click in that video, you've got to fix your clicks, sir. It is so annoying. And if I find that pen, you can pick which eye it's going in, but it's going in one of them, because you sat there the whole video. He's got this pen, like this big freaking pen, and he just clicks it like this the whole video. I don't have a pen. I don't do I can't do what he was doing. But show him the pen. You have a pen, and you sit there.
I've moved it away. Because I'm a fidget.
Yeah, you have a pen, and it's one of those ones that you can click when you roll it, and he just sits there the whole video doing it.
It was the lid.
Oh, was it? Oh, was it? Anyway, but it was. I sat there watching it because sometimes I watch the episodes, and I rewatch it. And I'm like, oh my god, he's doing it the whole time. This is crazy. Let's get you on my mouth. Anyway,
we all do things that annoy.
And I've had the same. Well, no, it's because they reset all the sound again on Discord and Windows in their latest patches. So and I've had the same issue. I went into a stream earlier in the week and I was too low, and then I went onto a stream with Grim yesterday and I was too loud. So anyway,
at least I'm not on the phone, Mike.
So back to this.
Thanks, Pete.
Back to this. That makes me think the biggest contenders for this are the Freelancer or the Connie series. I can't remember what there was a reason, but I've forgotten the reason. But there was a reason. I think the Freelancer slightly in front of the Connie, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, the whole B, because we've got other RSI ships being worked on. You've got the Mark II, and you've got the Galaxy being worked on. I think it's probably just a bit too much RSI to pull in a Connie on that. Could be wrong, but knowing that the whole B is there and there's nothing else, whole B and a Freelancer are kind of, you see where I'm going there? They're similar-ish in size, in the internal part of it anyway. So I think that puts just slightly in front of the Connie, but that makes me think that it's a Mark II treatment ship. And they did mention that there was another Mark II coming. I think the two biggest contenders, as you and I have talked about, and Bops has talked about, is those older ships. And so the two biggest contenders are the Freelancer and the Connie. Yeah.
I was just thinking, just looking at the monthly report, because that North American comment is smack in the middle of talking about the Drake ships and the Kraken. I had a thought, is that the command module? But then, no, the command module's announced, so it kind of killed that idea. But could it be a ship based on that command module, or that they're working on? And that's just me tossing out something that
It's just really weirdly weirded there where they says an as yet unannounced ship, implying that it's a ship that is kind of known, but it hasn't been announced that it's been. It's really weirdly weirded, and that's what makes me think it's a Mark II ship, just because of the weird way it's worded there.
Well, if the command module was being turned into a standalone ship, would that count?
Well, I think they've already talked about. Again, it's a command module. It's just still a ship.
Yeah.
It would be called the command module. So yeah.
But at the moment, it's the thing that goes with the. I'm thinking of it in terms of at the moment the command module is only with the Ironclad and the Caterpillar. If they turn it into
hang on. This I'll just dismiss your idea straight away because it says back up here they're talking about the command module. They would it would be talked about back up there. It wouldn't be talked about down in a separate thing.
Yep.
And it's also a completely different team.
I was saying, I was just tossing it out there.
Fine. And I'm
just say it had kind of killed it as well, but
yeah, I know you're just tossing it out there, and I'm just tossing back.
Yep.
And that's as you would do to me, and as I'd expect you to do to me too. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else in here to really pull apart from the ship spec. Now, you did say there was one other thing in the entire report. Yeah. What was the other thing in there?
The other thing I did like is just the way they had been iterating on the AI type stuff. So. One of the things I did like was the fact that the large Valakars, the large boss mobs, can now they've actually changed their way they can move around planets. It's almost as if they can turn up anywhere because of the way they move. So there were the bits and pieces there that I liked. Apparently, they have fixed, according to the AI stuff, the NPCs constantly cowering. I haven't seen that yet. I still see NPCs constantly cowering. Or maybe that's just they cower.
It just happens. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's just when old man Hearthstone was by. Don't do it to me. Real quick, Citizen Ninja said Mark II Aurora, and I just replied to him, no, they said in addition to the Mark II Aurora. So this is another Mark II that's yet to be announced. And that's what makes me think that this is possibly that, because that is written like absolute word salad. It makes no sense. As yet unannounced ship. Well, that's just an unannounced ship. It's just kind of, why would you write it like that?
The Mark II, the Mark 6 or 7 Connie, or a Mark II Freelancer, or who knows?
Yeah. But Mark IIs are definitely usually an RSI thing, but they were also an Anvil thing. So why couldn't they be a MISC thing? You know what I mean? So we'll see.
Yeah.
And again,
someone said, would a Mark II be considered unannounced? And Pisspot Pete rightly says, well, if they haven't told us about it yet,
that's it, right? The Aurora Mark II was unannounced until they all sorts
mention it.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's about everything I wanted to go about, Grid.
Yeah. Justin Lemming says, as yet unannounced does really sound like it's an existing ship that they're going to. Yep.
Lemming, I'm not going to talk about that. So I'll talk about what he's done. He's got 4-letter Pokemon names, and he thinks that's what the Vol is going to be called. Was the mole a Pokemon? No. As far as I'm aware, the mole was never a Pokemon. But nice try, Lemming. I think it's funny as fuck, but no. I went Vol because I actually, when I looked into it, I looked into a couple of different AIs, and I said, what would be an appropriate 4-letter name going with along the lines of how they called the mole, and it was a miner. I said, what would be a name that would be appropriate for an Argo salvager? It sat there for 5 minutes and pumped out like 4 different names, and the best one was Vol. The other one was Ibis, which is really funny, because if anyone is Australian, we call them bin chickens. They literally go through bins here in Australia and just eat all the shit. Like, they're just like crazy. They are scavengers. Yeah. So it works. The other, Claw was one of them, and then the the Claw, and then the last one was the Bear, like an armored salvager. So when you look at those three, and the Vol was clearly the best, because Ibis only works for Australia, and the other two aren't really scavengers. That one's an armored bear, and the other's an inanimate object. And so the only one I could think of that worked was Vol, in my personal opinion. But again, you look up bin chickens, you'll get photos of ibises. So yeah,
Yep.
I would happily call it an ibis, but I don't think CRG would, because they would feel like that they know it would get memed on like really hard. So yeah. Yeah, so Lemmings chuck them in there in Twitch chat for you, Lemming, and you're welcome to chuck them in there. But I don't know anything about those Pokemon at all. And again, I put the same thing out.
Pete suggested the PIOs, the profit-orientated salvage extraction unit. There you go. Well, he didn't say unit, but I'd chuck that on at pose.
I really want to say Jake right now, but I'm about 2 years out of. I got to go about 2 more years before I think I can say that without getting crucified. I'll tell you it later. It's quite funny.
There you go. So quite a few people are saying the ibis are cool-looking birds.
Yeah, they are cool. But they are damn.
Yes, they will.
They're damn annoying. Well, you could, you know. Well, again, you look at the other bird, the vulture. The vulture's perfect name for a salvage vehicle.
They are worse than seagulls, and they're bigger. So yeah. Foul dumpster divers, yes, they are foul. In both ways, that's an insult.
So I've just done a quick look. I'll bring you over so you know. Look, so I just did list of animals that are scavengers. The rack, the Argo rack, the raccoon, the raccoon, Argo rack,
the raccoon.
That's funny as. The condor, that's not a bad one. Condor would be pretty cool. The wolf,
great name.
The wolf, the hyena, or hyena's got to be a wolf name. Coyote, vulture, leopard, more condor, jackal. Ooh,
the jackal. Ooh,
I like that one. Yeah. Fly, the flies. FL.
Help me.
FL. How do we do? No, because they're two vowels. You can't get it to 4 letters. LYS flies, the Argo flies. I don't know. Red belly piranha, the lion, striped jackal,
the drake
bee, and the. Well, again, these are the ones that are scavengers. I'm only looking inside this window. That is probably the weirdest one there. The hell is that called?
Which one's that one?
The Psychophaga nodosa is a female flesh fly. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, he's like doing that. Yeah, yes, very greedy. Let's eat this. Let's eat this flesh. Yes. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. I don't think you're ever going to make everyone happy with a name of a ship, especially now they've used a lot of cool names. It's going to get harder and harder to have cool names. But I'm sure it'll be some really stupid damn acronym. But I would have liked to seen them go on an animal, because they've kind of got that at the moment with the vulture, the mole. They've got a few animals in there, and it would have just been really nice to continue that. But we'll see.
If Drake do a mid-size on a larger salvage ship than the vulture, Condor would be an excellent name for it. As who said that? That was Space Pumpkin Dave said that, but I gave that idea. But yeah, it would be a great name for a larger
do you know,
salvage ship.
I'm just sitting here kind of thinking off the cuff, but what about an SALO? Salvo. Sal.
Wash your hands, Jeffrey.
Was it S?
With a salvo, Jeffrey.
How do you Sal? Oh, that's 5 letters, isn't it? How would you acronym that down? You would drop the A. No, you got to drop the O as well. Yeah, that doesn't work either. I'm just trying to think of a way because we call them the salvos, don't we? When you with some commentations there about scavenging at salvos. I could see the memes there as well. Anyway, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like, I think whatever way we work it through, it's going to be a little bit difficult to come up with a name that pleases everyone. So I don't know. We'll see. We've only got to wait next week. The really interesting thing that he said, though, when he said that videos will come next week, I don't know if you caught this part of it, but he then said we've then got 4 in a row coming shortly after that.
Yeah.
So that means when we get to Invictus, they're going to do a video per ship.
Yeah, crazy. Which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, very, very crazy. Pete wants to call it the Lover, the laser-operated value extraction rover. You should just at that point call it Algared's Entertainer at that point. The Algared Love Bus. Yeah.
The Entertainer, yeah.
Right. Questions, dear sir? Do we have any?
Yeah, save me from your endeavors to embarrass, yes. Always a good thing.
All right. Viper Leo says, any thoughts on Ashes of Creation and People Class Citizen is next? I think they have two very different funding models. And I think Star Citizen has kind of been built and it keeps continuing to be built. Ashes Creation kind of had a couple little tests, and then when it went wide to the public, it crashed. So for Star Citizen to be next, it would have to go wide and then crash. Yet it's already kind of...
Star Citizen went small.
Well, Star Citizen's continually been out the whole time, where Ashes Creation was test, go back, test, go back. So this thing's been evolved. We've seen Star Citizen kind of evolving in front of our eyes. So I don't think it's going to crash, because it would have crashed ages ago. That's just my 2 cents.
I would have expected Star Citizen to crash if it wasn't going to succeed in 2014, 2013. So when they were smaller and they were going, what can we do? Do we have the support? And the old Kickstarter, the very first Kickstarter, the purpose of that Kickstarter was to prove to production companies that there was actually interest and demand for a PC space game. And I am reliably informed that the company they were trying to court at that time was at EA, and EA kept moving the goalposts. And in the end, they went. In the end, Sandy went, "Do it yourself."
Lemming, can you send it to me, please? Luna Maria rightly points something out too that we didn't talk about, and I thank you for that, Luna Maria. She basically is the MOL is an acronym, and that's correct. You also have to be able to make it into an acronym. VOL can very easily be made into an acronym. So when you put something out, it's kind of weird. You've got to pick an animal that fits the role. So the MOL works because moles dig holes, right? And then you can make the acronym part doesn't matter so much. It's pretty easy to make an acronym, right? But you do have to kind of make it work. So it is twofold. So rightly so, we didn't really look at the other side because again, I think you can make anything. It's 4 letters. You can just put in a couple of, because like as you rightly point out, Luna Maria, multi-operator laser extractor is probably one of the best acronyms they've ever done. But can't I, if I just change that to VOL, can I do it as a vehicle operated laser extractor? Because you're using your vehicle to extract the other vehicle. It still kind of works for that as well. But anyway. And instead of laser, I guess, you could change it to light, vehicle operated light extractor. I don't know. You can change it into different ones anyway. You get my point, right? It's pretty easy to make an acronym, but your point is valid. Lemming did his job. Thank fuck. Right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, here we go. This is kind of what I was expecting. I think we can kind of...
They always come halfway through the show.
Yeah, but I think we can safely say that it's definitely coming next. Now, next question, Algared. Does that look like 2 claws to you?
That does look like 2 claws to me. From that angle, yes.
Next question. Is this here where the text is a part of the ship? Or is that on the hangar wall? I think it's on the hangar wall. Anyone? Let's do some
my gut feeling would have been hangar wall, just
guys, can as a community can we sleuth this out? Is this in any of the hangars? Because that to me almost looks like port. Port. Law? No, port. That almost looks like an AeroView hangar, does it not?
Yep.
I could be wrong. Anyone know?
That's what.
Freight elevator? No, he's right. He's right. No, Stella Jake is right. Freight elevator.
Yep.
Elevator.
And looking at that, my view was that was a space station's interior or that.
And they do often put them in the AeroView hangar when they do the skins and stuff. Right, so freight elevator. I think we can safely call that, right? Anything else we can pick out here? Anyone at all in chat? Yeah, half the people on YouTube do the same thing. Freight elevator. It's just the claws. I can't really see anything else.
Yep.
I think this above my head is just greebling. Anyone can see something else there, but yeah, it's just two claws.
That is a light.
Yeah, and a light.
Just above your head, that's a light to highlight the, hopefully it's a light that actually works and highlights the thing you're working on. But yeah, it looks like two claws. So does that mean the image they had
Ooh, that's a good question.
loses its claw?
That's a really good question there. So Space Pumpkin did bring kind of something up, but I think it's changed a lot. So I look at this ship and it is drastically different from the mole. I think they started with a mole, but it's been given the paladin treatment inside and out. Again, like you're talking about some massive changes here. And if you look at the last week's sneak peek, it is clearly changed in the midsection. But his idea is still worth considering, so that's why I'm reading it out. He says it's probably still going to be called the mole, but with some extra letters tacked on, just like they did with the Golem Ox. But it's no longer digging, so that bugs me. And wouldn't you want the mole to have a more generic name if it went into two things? See, the Golem works for both the Golem Ox because it's a workhorse that moves boxes around, but it also is a golem because it a golem digging. I can see it. The name works for both, but mole does not work for. Does it work for both? For you?
I'm seeing in chat the idea based on that, the crab with two claws, and Hook comes up with civilian resource agent breaker. So actually,
no, it wasn't claw that was the animal. It was crab that came up. I remember now. It was crab. Yeah, it was crab. It was crab, vole, then ibis, and then bear in that order. They were the preferentials of when I did it. Yeah.
Well, Hook is saying crab as a possible name based on the fact that this looks like it's got two claws.
I would say that has now moved to the top contender for me too. I think he is absolutely correct.
Now, looking at that and looking at the fact that it does look like there are two claws there, does that mean that the sneak peeky type silhouette has changed? Because that looked like you had a central.
I think it was just kind of hidden. I think it was just kind of hidden in the rotating, because if you think about it, it kind of rotated to the center and then rotated back, and you could only see the claw when it looked to one side. So that tells me if it went to the other side, we would have been able to tell it had a second claw.
But it also looked like you had the arms, the two side arms come out down below, and it looked like the claw was the central piece. So has it changed? If it hasn't changed, what's happened to the central claw of the thing, knowing that it was originally kind of based off the mole?
Yeah. Well, how do they work? Basically, is what I want to know, because we still don't have that on the reclaimer. So I've got a first time chatter there, Algared, and he's talking about something that you thought about, and I agree with you. It's a fool says my biggest question is about what the cargo solution looks like, and is it still external or is it both? Now, Algared, when we did a video on this, speculating on it, and Algared has a really good idea, and that's essentially you take the cargo of the raft and you remove the saddlebags from underneath, and you put like a raft-like thing underneath, and they are where the boxes are. You know how on the Misfortune and the Reclaimer and all that, they all kind of spit boxes out, and even on the Vulture, like the Vulture and the Reclaimer do it internally, but the Misfortune does it externally, most likely like this is going to do, but essentially it just shoots them out onto a raft-like rack underneath the ship. I think that's a brilliant idea. Well, you didn't come up with the spits out thing, but I've added that. But your idea was a raft-like cargo, and I agree with you. I think it makes a lot of sense.
But I did say you got the refinery and it spits out just like those new starter ships we've got. So we've got the Fortune and the Salvation, where they kind of boxes come out the back and go into that area. So they've done that. We have seen that kind of be developed across a couple of ships. So having it on a third ship is reusing the tech they've already got. So it makes sense. But will they do that?
Yeah. I cannot not see this not being the Argo crab. You know, if I was betting money now, that's money down type of thing. I'd betting on that. Who knows? With CIG, it's probably called the Argo Flapjack. I've got no idea. Like, they'll just make things up.
The pancake. So,
but the crab makes a lot of sense to me. And it was actually the number one thing the AI came out with, which I find really funny. And I dismissed it because I was like, nah, it's only got one claw. but now it's got 2. It's like, oh shit, shit. Claim recovery acquisition breaker.
Now, here's a thought.
And now the acronyms start. Right. Go ahead, Algared.
Here's another thought: are we actually seeing the 3 claws in line, and the front one and the back one are kind of superimposed? So that middle
3 claw. I don't think there's 3 claws. I only think there's 2.
That in between, in that one at the back, you've got that. What is that big bit in between the 2 claws? That kind of solid bit. Is that actually?
I'm really confused.
What we're seeing on the front one.
I'm really confused.
I'd have to draw it because I can't explain it. But I'm wondering whether it's 3 in line and the 2 back ones are kind of superimposed on each other.
Hang on, stop, slow down. So from what I've seen, there are 2 claws that kind of come out from the midsection
on the side
where the VTOLs were. You still have the 2 pods that come down, and there's still a pod on the front. So what you're relatively asking is, what do those 3 pods actually do? I think, is that the question you're trying to ask, or?
No, I'm asking whether those 3 pods are actually shown here, and they're just, the middle one is in front of the back one, and we just can't, and because they're so far away and blurred, we can't actually tell.
No, I don't see that.
So I'm just postulating whether there's still 3 there.
If anything, that's the top of probably the middle pod. That little orange bit just there.
I think that's the middle pod. Okay.
Yeah, if anything. Because again, you got to remember, it kind of comes down. You come down that ladder and it extends out, and the height of these was a lot higher. And I can go, if I really have to, I'll go back. I don't have it set up, but I can go back and open the Pokemon video. Hell, Lemming, can you send me the sneak peek from last week, please, bro? Because I can kind of show it a little bit with that as well. Lemming, if you would be so kind. I could probably do it on the fly. Oh, let's do it live, as everyone else is copying my term now. I got to open my email. Star Citizen. Oops, if I can spell. This is the one. This is it. Got it. There it is. So you can kind of see that's on that midsection, Algared. So if you kind of think about where that comes out, this is what the old. You remember in the mole how it had the 2 covers that would kind of come down like that, and then the pods came off them. So I think they kind of come out and the pods come down underneath. We'll have to wait and see. There is some little mysteries there.
And one of the things that I always catch with I always find with the those sneak peeks is they deliberately try and muck up the perspective you've got.
Yeah. So what I think it is you kind of use the claw. You can use the claws when it's closed, but then when you open it and the pods come down, it goes into a different mode. So you've kind of got a mode for doing the clawing, and then you've got a mode for doing where it kind of comes down, and whatever they're going to do. Do they cut it up? Are they just doing the salvage heads, which is what I'm assuming it is, stuff like that. So I think they're different modes for different things, basically. We'll have to wait and see how it all shakes out. But I think there are going to be a lot of people that jump at this ship, being Argo. Bob's kind of said it himself. He thinks it's one of the most common sense or worked out manufacturers. I just think it works really well as a manufacturer. You know, like it feels well, mainly because it's orange. You know, you see all the, was it like Caterpillar and all those excavators and stuff like that. It feels on brand. I think that's kind of what I feel. I don't think it's necessarily the most worked out ships like Bob's does, but you know, I might be putting words in his mouth there, so I want to be a bit careful. I'll let him speak for himself on it. But
I do think a salvage ship from Argo best fits with their brand. A mining ship doesn't seem to fit with the Argo brand. But that's just me going from my understanding of Argo's lore and what seems to make sense for me. And mining does not seem to fit with what Argo do. Whereas repair and salvage certainly does seem to fit, and repair would fit, but mining is never. It seemed to be an outlier for what they do. But
again, I would say we just haven't seen the full breadth of a lot of these manufacturers. Think about what you and I talked about with Origin. We were all like, you know, these guys just do luxury, and then all of a sudden was this like, shit, they're halfway up commercial. So they've got all this stuff to see. So I think we are going to see plenty more industry level ships coming from Argo. It was just up until that point we'd only really seen transport.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep. Transport and way they did the transport with repair. But yeah,
and you'd have to agree now we've got a second industry one. It's clearly going like what I'm saying, that they're going into industry and transport. It's not just transport anymore. This is now confirmed. They are an industry manufacturer. Yep. It's kind of like what happened with Drake when they brought out the Vulture. You know, people are like, what the fuck? You know, but now you look at Drake, they've got their finger in everything. They are just no frills across the board. They're just no frills. They'll try and make a ship that works for whatever I'm sure we'll see shop ships from Drake. We'll see hunting ships from Drake, as in, for, the hunter-gatherer, bounty hunting ships. We'll see all the, we've seen medical, we'll see a science. You know what I'm getting at, right? They're going to see everything.
Look, you will recall that in the Drake Caterpillar modules that they originally had, there was a medical. There was also a shop. So they've kind of crossed over all those areas. Now, Luna Maria, you've also got a great point in terms of, and I agree with you, that the Hermes is just a hollowed out Apollo, and it is a variant. Right. Now, CIG might want to call it something else, but it is a variant. And I don't care what CIG calls it, it's a variant.
I'm going to seize back because you totally stole the joke I was going to do. But I was on Grimm's stream yesterday, and we were talking about the Drake stylings when we were talking about the Ironclad and stuff. And I had this really cool idea, and I talked about it, and it just kind of went down this little thing. But anyway, so if you reckon a Drake medical ship is bad, right? Now think about what they did with the Gray's Market with the toilet and stuff like that. And now envision a Gray's Market medical ship. There'll be like needles on the floor, like sample containers with really random things in the samples. You can see where I'm going here. It gets pretty funny pretty quickly. So that I wanted to bring up because it was we
want to go for medical
we went some dark places pretty quickly with what you could do there in a ship that would be pretty funny.
But that would be more
that's an awesome one. No, Pistol Pete's got it. A bathtub with ice. Yes, that's the medical bed. No, you don't respawn in a bed. You respawn in a bathtub with ice. It's genius. I love it. That is perfect.
I could see a Gray's Marketing med ship being for organ harvesting.
Oh, that's so good.
Nefarious details. Yep.
A bathtub with ice. You have respawned, and then you just like hear yourself climbing out of the ice. Oh, I lost a kidney. Yeah. That's the cost of being respawned. That's the cost of being respawned in a Gray's Market medical bed. Is you lose one of your organs. You like respawn and like your arm is just gone. It costs nothing to respawn there, but you just lose them.
And you look up a wall and there's a container with an arm in it. Yeah.
Oh, just hey, we had to take your foot. You can't walk out of here, but we took your foot, like, because that's what we needed at the time. Oh, yeah, that'd be so funny.
And if you don't agree to them, taking it apart, they just hold you under the ice. So you.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mr. Payment.
We'll just hold you under. Oh, you got to respawn again.
Would make it unique though, but you would also have to choose to spawn there, so you'd have to be pretty desperate to spawn there and know that you're going to lose an organ or something like that. That'd be pretty funny. Anyway.
Yep.
All right.
Going Lazarus.
Yep.
Would you buy just an upfitted command module that could be used with the Ironclad or the Caterpillar?
Well, that's kind of what
I think.
That's kind of what we talked about with doing the ring, because you need a way for it to actually be a ship. Because if it doesn't have the jump drive, which is what it's said to be, how do you sell that as a ship? Well, that's the fix. You make something like the ring. Now, it doesn't have to be a ring. It could just be an engine that it connects to, right? But it's the same analogy as that Obi-Wan Kenobi ship, right? I'm not saying, and in fact, I don't think it would be a ring. It could be a giant fucking triangle. Who cares? Right? You get what I'm trying to say, Algared? It just needs something that attaches to it that gives it that module, so therefore it makes it an advanced starter, not just a snub. And that's where I think they would go with it, because then they can sell it.
I wouldn't see, or I don't see Drake doing that, just because it seems too high tech. It seems a more high-techy type solution to a
So
problem.
you're telling me...
I could be wrong.
Well, I think you are wrong, because they're already doing it in the Ironclad and on the Caterpillar. So,
No, they've got a command module attached. It's not a...
Think about what you're saying.
You're suggesting a command module with an attachment that makes it this, but also attaches to that.
No, I'm not. So let me put it in another way, right? If they made another ship that it attached to, right, but it's just a smaller ship, that's the same thing as what I was implying as the ring. It's not any more complicated than connecting to the Ironclad or connecting to the Caterpillar. All it is literally a little thing that just adds an engine that connects to the command module and gives it a jump drive.
The original way they had it was there was one jump drive to the ship, and it's the same they did with the Endeavour. The question is where they end up putting the jump drive module on the ship.
I think
they put the jump drive attached to the
cab, do they put the jump
drive on the...
I think you're a little bit caught up in semantics and lore there, and you're not thinking. No, I'm in the same.
Just looking.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at the options that they've got, and I think they're either going to stick with a current system where they've got either the jump drive is on the main body of a ship, or it's going to be on the command module.
All right, we'll agree to disagree, because that's fine. Yeah. Next one. We've jumped.
We've done that one.
Do you think that CIG's wish list for 4.7 is too ambitious? Not really. The only one that they really talked about trying to get in there was the inventory system, but is very direly needed at the moment. If you've done the event, you clearly know that the inventory system isn't working too well at the moment, but that's obviously because they're working on it in the background. He basically said that the crafting system would be coming after that, so that implies that it's not 4.7, it's like minimum of 4.8, and that makes it another 2 months again. You know, knowing that we've just had a patch in January, February, March, so 4.7's in March, April, May, so you're talking Invictus at the earliest for crafting. That's... I've looked, I've seen it in a test, you know. That's really hard to call. You know, you kind of sit there and go, yeah, well, traditionally speaking, CIG always knock things down the road. So, yeah. I'm more worried for something like base building, because I don't even know if we're going to get that this year either. That just seems so, like it just seems to be the goalposts just keep moving and moving and moving.
I think on the base, you've got to say yes. Their ambitions and hopes for 4.7 they're too ambitious. But whenever you're planning, you say, this is what we want to put in. You say, this is what we, you know, when you're first going, this is what we think we can get in, this is what we're aiming for. And then as it goes down, you go, yeah, okay, that's not going to work. That, yeah, and you then cull and change as you go. But I don't think that's being too ambitious. I think that's just making your plans in a sense. So Sergeant, with the understanding that we're changed. Sorry, go on.
So Sergeant Perry is saying that yesterday they said they're trying to get crafting and inventory for 4.7. That's not what I heard. I heard inventory for 4.7 and crafting after that is what I heard. Now, can anyone clarify to me whether I'm wrong or Sergeant Perry is right? And it's not about who's right or who's wrong. It's just about getting the right information, because maybe I heard it wrong. But I remember it was crafting for inventory for 4.7 and crafting after that.
Socially confused as he heard the same as Sergeant Perry.
Okay, that's not what I heard.
It's always worth watching it 2 or 3 times just to make sure they said. He did. Wombellissimo says, Benoit said he feels good about it.
He's trying to get them both in, but he reckons it'll be after that. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, well, let's be honest. What I said is probably is what's going to happen then. You'll get one, but not both. How many times have they tried to put multiple things in and it almost never comes to pass? They often get one and then do the other because it's too complicated to get them to work together. Happens all the time. I don't know. If they get it in, cool. Chances are, no.
It's it's just the way of development. You aim for what you think you can get, and then as you get closer, you revise and say, okay, how are we going? Have we got there? And we might get both. Then again, we might only get one. And it's even, I'm not going to say we may get none, but because I would see them just delaying the release until we get one.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, they could. Sergeant Perry says himself there as well, and I kind of agree with him. If they put it in, it's probably going to go in broken, which they do sometimes.
Or put in at the very minimum specs for it, and then they reiterate and go. That's.
Yeah,
I could see them doing that as well. Yeah,
absolutely. Right, Zeth, 1936 says, what controllers do you use for Flight and FC? Don't use any. Let's use mouse and keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard. I do have a HOTAS, but my desk setup just doesn't really work for a HOTAS, so it's just at the moment sitting there making me go QQ.
So what is it? Is it all the alcoholic bottles? Is it the pieces of underwear left over from the Uwu girls? What is it that blocks your way?
It's the desk space and the fact that I can't, and I don't want to butcher the desk because the desk I'm using is an antique table.
Butcher's desk? How many bodies do you have on that thing?
It's all those Uwu girls, mate. Got to get the right parts.
Better do you first, folks. Like that. Right.
Okay. Matt says, do you think the hull A will get minor changes to match for hull B's new spar and cargo configuration? No.
No. Not at all. I think that question kind of comes from the golem coming along. I think you can't have your cake and eat it too. So
absolutely. Have to get the right parts.
And I think because that's got the internals and all the benefits that comes with the internals and the living quarters and that, it gets all those perks, but it gives up the other perks, right? So you want that player choice. And looking at the Golem Ox and the Hull A, there are perks to both and there are drawbacks to both. And that's, again, forcing you to choose. And so you'll sit there on the button going, oh shit, which one do I pick? And if you design the game well enough, there is no perfect choice. But the other part of it is they're making it clear to us that they think the Hull A is better because it's going to cost more.
Yeah.
Why is that? Is there something that we can't see there? And that's what I think it is. I can't see why they're justifying the price increase on a ship that size. But maybe, it's clearly something that I can't see yet, right? And there are elements of the game that are just not out yet. So that that's a site that they have that we don't. Now, whether that site is correct and it's something they see as worthy and whether it's actually worth it, I will tell.
Socially Confused says the Ox will pair really well with the Ironclad. Well, he says will pair well with the Ironclad, but I put really well, but added words to your mouth, but I gather what you're saying.
I had a Golem and I upgraded it to a Golem Ox. I think the Golem Ox is a much better ship than the Hull A, and I also prefer it over the normal Golem. Personally, I'll get a lot more use out of it, but I'll probably upgrade that to something bigger down the line, just where it's at the moment. Cody Fox says, do you think the Origin ship might be a fabricator? Totally could be a fabricator. Absolutely. Why not?
Indeed.
Algared needs to make those luxury canes somewhere. Where can he make them? Or whatever. Again, that's another question. Do certain fabricators only take certain materials? Do you need? We know that they've got like an item crafter, a liquid crafter, and a food crafter, right? But then, do certain fabricators operate better? Like if you have an Origin, I don't know how to put this right. If you have an Origin fabricator, because I know it'd just be a high-end fabricator, right? But I'm gonna say an Origin-esque like fabricator. Does it have more better machine parts that came out of Kruger or something? Where when you go down to a Drake-like fabricator, has it got more chance to stuff up? But then it just like when you buy a vehicle or a ship, are there pluses and minuses to both? So the one that was made with the Kruger parts for Origin, does it last longer, but when it breaks, it costs more to repair? Just like when the Drake one breaks, it's cheap as hell to repair though, but it breaks more frequently. We don't have that yet. I don't think we've talked about different quality levels in the fabricators themselves. But knowing that it's in almost everything else, Algared, I could possibly see that as a future thing.
Yep.
Would you see that as well, or potentially at least?
I could see that as a potential thing. I was just thinking, someone saying Drake, Origin don't build stuff; they just consume. It made me think. Yes, but if that's the case, I could see an Origin food replicator or a food
absolutely
fabricator. You put your food in, you consume it, and you get the high quality foods out.
That's probably the best example of it, quite honestly, because what do you reckon they're going to have in a high-end restaurant or a low-end restaurant? Well, it's going to be a food fabricator. Is it not? Right? So you have a high-end one that makes all the high-end food that, you know, Mr. Hurston will eat and all that at Lawville, right, in the upper areas, but then in the shittier level of areas, they'll just have a Drake one that spits out tacos. You know?
Yeah. Although, you know, ideally you want your personal chef to just be cooking because that's fresher.
It's not a matter when you work through it as well. That's another episode that we've got. Probably need to get that done this weekend. But about 2 or 3 weeks ago, me and Algared had a big discussion on crafting after I'd done the test stuff, and a lot of stuff came out after that. But we've got to sit down and record it, and it's just we had all these other things that popped. Well, it's not. We probably want to get it out before crafting comes out, but like they had the ships come out, you've got the Vol coming out, we had the tier list show, and then we've got like 4 other, I think like 2 or 3 other shows that are pre-recorded, and so it very quickly becomes a preferential order, and I've got to sit there and put them in a preferential order. We probably should get the crafting one recorded this weekend. Now I think about it, I was sitting here going, what are we going to do this weekend? We should probably do that one before it expires. So yeah, we'll do that one tomorrow. Nice to see you, Father and Son Gaming. Good to see you. Right.
Oh, Ash, good to see you, yeah.
Ash says, do you think it would be possible that the new salvage ship will be a Grey's Market kit bash using the mole? I think if you look at the photos, you can pretty much say it's not roughed up. I would say it's pretty much Argo through.
It's brand new, and it looked like an Argo, and and we were even told big orange salvager or large orange salvager. And
but I did float that idea a couple of weeks ago, didn't I? I did actually say, wouldn't it be cool if it was a Grey's Market one? I did float that.
Just to mess with us. Yes, I could see them doing that as well, because CIG like to troll.
Well, it would have been the ultimate thing for that silhouette. Oh yeah, it's a mole. No, it's not. It's a Grey's Market crab or whatever. You know, that would have been really cool. But it now says Argo on it, so I think we can definitively say it's Argo. Anyway, Thorn.
Do you think?
Oh, go ahead.
Says, do you think they're working on the Vol? Do you think the CIG would work on the mole? So when they're working on the Vol, do you think they'd work on the mole?
That has happened in the past. I know the Prospector got fixes when the Fortune came out, so that is a high possibility. Any shared assets may get upgraded, like MFDs and stuff like that. So distinct possibility.
The other thing to consider is whether the new ship is a direct variant, or whether it's getting the Paladin treatment where it grows.
Yeah, I think we can safely say
my gut feeling is that it's growing.
Yeah. But there would still be shared components, much like there are shared components still between the Paladin, the Valkyrie, and like the MFDs and stuff. But then again, that's shared through the whole family lineup. It's the same thing. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Also, there's the other thing I want to point out to you. There is, I think they called it advanced salvaging or mechanics or whatever, but there's more mechanics coming for salvaging.
Yeah, that was in the monthly report. Was that monthly report or the patch notes? But either way, it's in either monthly report a couple of months ago, or the patch notes, and
that's what makes this. That's why this makes sense. And think about it: the video from the Vol's coming next week. What's next week? The 14th of February, and then these 3 skins are all salvages. Geez, I wonder why. Because it means these guys are all getting updates as well. The only thing I would ask CIG is, where the hell is the Reclaimer one? Oh, that's right, because it's too fucking big and it takes too much effort to make. Maybe make a skin system.
And they're going to rework it and change the outlook.
Maybe make a skin system so we can actually start making skins. Anyway, I digress.
I don't want you making skins.
No. But someone there could be making skins more frequently. More skins, more money. Yeah. When is it diminishing returns? You know what I mean? So you can only make ships like skins now quickly for small ships, because they keep saying you'll never see another Idris skin, you'll never see a Polaris skin, because the bigger ships take so much more work to make a skin for. That's why. But as soon as they made a tool, they could start selling more to us, hence making more money. But also, the next step of that would be allow us to make our own skins.
Yeah, look, I think. Yeah, I think they see the diminishing returns on the big ship skins because they cost so much more. People
you got to
not to want to spend more, but
you got to realize there's a big difference between a private facing developer tool and a public facing user tool. So there's still a lot of work difference. So the developer tool is only like halfway along. That's what I'm saying. At what point do you get to that?
And we know that they're constantly just putting. You often see it in the monthly report. Oh, we developed this tool to do X, and it's not a tool for us. It's a tool for the developers. So yeah.
You can blame Pete for this, but I did talk to you about it last night, so I'm going to talk about it again here. And it's Pete's fault. You can blame Pete. But you remember when
Pete, I'm blaming you, but okay.
Remember when I talked about this with you? I'll go through it. What picture was it? It was like this picture, right? So if you pull up the ironclad,
yes.
Remember what I was going to say? So one of the things we started talking about with Grim was variants of like what else could you turn the ironclad into? And I went to a repair ship. And they were going, oh yeah, you could kind of like land it in there and make it like the Scarab. And I said, no. You gut the shit out of it. You cut the roof off, you cut the front door off, you cut the floor out, and make it almost like a giant vulture that can literally fly around the ships and repair them. And I was like, so you essentially start with the ironclad, give it like the Paladin or the Vol treatment or now the Crab treatment, and turn this into a completely separate ship. And that would be amazing. And you were talking about Rodimus Prime. That's a shit ton more Rodimus Prime than a Vulture, sir.
Yeah, that would be it. Yeah. And I could see that. The second you said, you turn it into a salvage ship and you got it. And I went, yeah, you can see it. The two arms were already there.
Yeah. And it works on a lot of levels too, because isn't it ironic that repair is the opposite of salvage? And they both kind of look the same. I think that's kind of cool. I don't know, but just making a bigger Vulture, because people like the look of the Vulture, but you just make it bigger, and then it just writes itself, you know.
Yeah, and then when you look at the Crucible at the moment, you take the Scarab out of a Crucible, and what have you got?
Exactly.
Down the side, bit like the Vulture. So that really does cry out for that ability to be turned into a Crucible, or a repair ship, not a Crucible.
And being, you'd have to increase the Crucible up to a capital, but you know I've said that for ages. But that would then
the Crucible has to grow.
But then this losing the Scarab gives that Crucible a benefit above this one. And you know you can still add drones to this, you can still add arms, you just don't have that Scarab. So that also kind of limits this to working in space, which is fine, right? It's totally fine, you know. But it could still repair some bigger ships. It just can't go down to planet and do stuff like that, which I think is total. Well, you can go down to planet, but it's just going to make it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, unlike dropping off a Scarab and letting it use its battery power or whatever to do stuff. So yeah, I could see it.
Yeah,
we'll see how you do that.
Yeah,
maybe
not.
Now that they mentioned, who knows?
No. Now we've mentioned it. They can't. Algared, you know how it works. Once we say it, they can't do it. So we come up with all the best ideas, and then they're screwed. That's the plan, mate. That's how you got to do it. Right? Okay, yeah, like a Crucible. Like a Crucible is exactly. But I don't know, I'm sure if I threw this out to you guys, you'd come up with as many cool ideas as we come up with as well. The name that they ended up coming with on Grimstream was the Ironclad Cradle. I thought it was pretty cool.
I did like that as well.
Yeah. So yeah. But again, it'd be a little bit like the Paladin to the Valkyrie. It would look somewhat similar, but really be a whole new thing. You know, you'd add all these greebles on the back, maybe change how the engines work. You know, essentially the interior where the whole hangar bay would completely change, because you'd add arms in. Do you add a drone room to it? Do you add because like where the tractor beams go there backward and forwards, do they change to be the arms that do repair? There's so many questions there on basically we're talking the shape is the same, but the function completely changes.
the thing I really like about the idea is that command, the bridge of this that we see here, actually becomes the repair station, the big repair station as you're overlooking the ship. It works on so many levels
and you can still have the command module attached. You know, it works on every single level.
And you put command, you can have it with the command module again, so it can move around. Does that mean when you take the command module away, it still functions and could work as a portable dry dock?
And we don't we don't have a ship to fit in that lineup. And we've often said the first repair ship you'll probably see is one that they haven't announced, and that seems to be the trend going forward. Whenever they do it when it finally comes out, it always comes out with a new ship, right? Like they clearly wanted to do bounty hunting for the Marquee Mark, but the Marquee Mark bounty hunting didn't land, so they missed it. They clearly wanted to do the cargo rework with the raft, and the cargo rehaul didn't come up to 2 years after the raft. So you can see, like, there are different teams trying to aim to the same point, and sometimes things just don't line up.
Sometimes they don't overlap.
And they don't overlap. So again, whether it's a Drake ship that lands up as the new repair ship, or the first one, or another ship, that's irrelevant. What I'm trying to get to is that start thinking of other ships, because it's kind of like what I said with the refinery ship earlier, right? It's the same thing. It's just easier to build a new ship to the current level of tech and go back and modify the other ones to fit into that final design, rather than try and shoehorn it in around the design that they may have stuffed up when they released it earlier.
And I know a lot of people would say, what about the Vulcan? But the problem that I see with the Vulcan, and I think CIG have got with the Vulcan, is the fact that it is currently it just uses drones. That's it. 4 drones. 4 drones, 2 control stations, and I think that's what limits the Vulcan being the ship they do, whereas a ship that doesn't need drones.
I'm just kind of thinking back to what we said here. Why couldn't you take the Vulture and make a repair variant?
Yep.
Just saying. So like again, they've been taking really popular ships and varianting the shit out of them. Why wouldn't they do that with an Ironclad? Why wouldn't they do that with a Vulture? I don't think any ship is safe any longer, because they're not. No,
they'll turn variants into every ship. Every hull that people like will get a variant. You saw that with the Raven.
Yep. You saw it with the Meteor and the Mantis, and you've seen it with.
So and it makes sense. They're easier onboarding tasks, I assume. So rather than starting from scratch, so it's easy to help people get in.
It's money, Algared, is what it is. It's all money. They're trying to raise money for Squadron. I know why they're doing it.
Yeah, I know why they're doing it.
I just don't like it. It doesn't mean I have to like it.
And in terms of training, it's easier to get someone to modify a ship than to start from scratch and build one.
Absolutely.
Michael, to enter the giveaway, all you need to do is go to our video on the Hermes, which is this one here, on our YouTube. Make sure you're a subscriber and visibly seen, and leave a comment.
I'll chuck it in both chats. There you go.
All right, that's all you got to get. Follow that link.
Wrong one.
Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave a comment, and make sure you publicly subscribe.
Because if I can't see that you're subscribed, I can't give it to you. It's that simple. Anyway, and we'll be drawing that in about a little bit under an hour's time. Anyway, right.
Cody Fox.
Yeah, go for it. No, we did Cody Fox, didn't we?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, go again. It's a different one. Go ahead.
So, Cody Fox said, did CIG did a Captains of Industry event at the end of March, beginning of April last year. Maybe the whole B launches there.
Totally. Wouldn't rule that out.
Yeah.
But I think if you kind of look where it is on there, it's essentially the crab. I'm having to unvol myself and say crab now. I think the crab is clearly next. If you look at the list there, it does appear that the B would be after that. And if you also kind of look at what they're doing, it's almost like they're staggering out cargo ships because they've got a lot. I can tell they've got a lot of them coming with the Ironclad, the Raelian, the Whole B, and we just had the Hermes. So, you know, it's almost like cargo ship, something else, cargo ship, something else, cargo ship, something else, all the way along.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see more cargo ships in that kind of size of the Hermes, because it just fits with what CIG have done in the past.
Tears Pointed says mourn. No, I did that a couple of weeks ago. I'm all good. Don't need to mourn anymore. All good.
No, that was mourning to Sandgroper, who said morning people.
I know, but you ruined the joke again.
No,
again. Right.
It's because you can't spell. You'd say you're mourning, you know. But yeah.
I try, people.
Anyway.
I really, really try. Anyway, right. Next question, please.
I try to be patient as well. It's okay.
You try.
If we get.
You try to be patient. Right. Next question, please. Before I lose it.
See what I have to put up with. All right. So, if crafting comes, so this is Ziggs79 says, if crafting comes in 4.7, do you think we'll be able to craft anything in the Clipper? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Not in the Clipper, sorry. Oh no, the Clipper is the one with the
yeah, it is. It's got a
fabrication module.
Absolutely. They also for the event gave us a little fabricator too if you completed the event. Thank you, Michael, for the basic membership on YouTube. We don't see a lot of memberships on YouTube.
No. Well, we don't ask for the membership on YouTube. We just say
really
subscribe and be public.
You don't really ask for anything. You give us money.
Except,
cool, great. Don't need to, but thanks. You know?
Yeah, just subscribe. That's all we want you to do is subscribe.
Yeah. I think that's the only thing we really pimp is the subscribing. But yeah, and that's because the algorithm needs it. That's just how it is. Anyway, we did that one. So that's Nightbot. Random, lots of numbers. 98765 says, question, when will they give away the Hermes? In about less than an hour. What's the next one? Dunson Insult. You can do that one. Go ahead.
I know how pirates think. I'm trying to figure out how players trading on the merchantman would work.
Actually,
how do you
go ahead?
How do you stop people from boarding the rest of a ship from the shops? How do you deal with items that can't fit in the player inventory?
On the Banner Merchantman, there's these big fuck off guns. You shoot them with the guns, and then they don't get on board.
Yeah,
it's pretty simple.
But you see, that's not the question he's asking. It's the same question you have with the privateer. How do you stop pirates boarding your ship as traders to buy the shops and then doing nefarious actions? Or how do you stop people on your Liberator ship, shipping ship, from being pirates when they're just boarding your ship? And I think the Liberator kind of had the idea where you had a passenger section and a crew section where they were totally separate and sealed. I think the privateer kind of had that idea where you had your areas where the visitors could go, but sealed areas where the crew would be. So I think you'd be looking at that type of thing. But yeah, I get that's a question, and you know full well that pirates will do. People who want to cause you grief will do nefarious things and board your ship as a customer and then go murder hobo mode. Fully understand that.
So I want to tangent a little bit here because his question made me think of something else that I was trying to, I'd like to do my thought experiments.
Yep.
Just trying to find. Yep. Right, here we go. So we just had the Ironclad. So this is going to involve two ships. I'm going to go back over here. I want you to think about the Ironclad. I want you to think about the Kraken. And then I want you to go think of other Drake ships, right? And the possible skin connotations. So I want to look at the Dying Star skin. Now, can you see the Dying Star being on the Ironclad, being on the Kraken? Can you go to even the yellow industrial looking skins? can you go to, you know, we've got this one. You've got the
That is such a good skin.
You've got the Star Kitten. Can you see the Star Kitten on Kraken or that? And then my favorite one, yeah, exactly. You can see it though, can't you? And the reason I'm bringing,
I say, oh gosh, no.
Yeah, yes. But the reason I'm bringing this all up, right, is you know how I collect a lot of skins. I know you're not into this stuff, but this is not just about you and me. It's about
not in as much, but yes.
Yeah. But it is. Where is it? It's not the one I wanted. This is the one I wanted, right? There's also the pirate caterpillar. There's a whole bunch of pirate skins for Drake ships, right? What I'm trying to say is I've just found that Drake seem to have the funnest skins, not the best skins, just funner, right? And so when I where's the other one? So get rid of that shit, right? So what I'm trying to say is I could see those fun skins being on some of these other ships, right? Same thing with a cutter, right? It's got Dying Star, it's got the yellow one I've talked about. You start to see these ones where, you know, it's got all the ghoul skins, you know, they just seem to have a funner set of skins. And the reason I noticed this was I was looking at my skins and I just own more Drake skins than the other ones. And I think it's, as I said, because they're just funner.
Although I did expect you to say, when you're saying my favorite skin, I expected you to pull up a reclaimer that Grim did.
Oh yeah, I really like that. But I'm talking about real skins, right? Not,
you're talking about sanctioned skins.
Yeah. So all I'm trying to get you to think of here is twofold: is what possible skins could be coming on the Kraken and the Ironclad, and that there are some just really fun skins out there for Drake. You know, look at some of the ones they've done. Look at them possibly being on the Kraken, and what else could they do? You know, could they do like the Idris and have the big shark teeth like on the Idris?
I would like to see some of those more piratey skins also available for every other ship.
I think they are doing that a little bit. Even some crazy ones like this, like because Grim brought this out, right? Because it's obviously one of his favorite ships. But he's got this, I think it's this one. Now, this was done for someone, right? But again, with the neon signs and that, right? So think about like Grim Hex with the broken neon signs and stuff, but that on a privateer. It's like, buy now. Like, I can see that. I can see it. Like, not exactly this, but yeah, but you go and go on, right? Like I can see the neon signs and the advertising type of thing, but a little bit broken, a little bit piratey, a little bit Grim Hex. Somewhere between this and Grim Hex is what I'm trying to say, but just for the privateer. Like I wouldn't put this on the standard Kraken, but it would work on a privateer. I could see that type of lighting with very Banu all over a Banu merchantman, but I think they'd do it slightly differently. But yeah. So again, just another thought experiment. I just want to share that with you guys as well, because it doesn't. Sometimes it's fun if you've got like a lot of people hate speculation stuff, right? But speculation is the only thing we've got when the game's not there to play enough yet. You know, we don't have a Kraken to play, so let's speculate on the Kraken. We don't have an Ironclad. Let's speculate on the Ironclad, and that's just something that I enjoy doing. If you don't enjoy it, then don't do it. It's in your head. You do what you want.
Now, I want to go back to Datsun and Salt's question in how would you stop piratey players doing stuff on a Banner Merchantman or any other ship? And I think part of the answer to that also comes in with the Ironclad. And you made me think of it when you pulled the Ironclad up, because what does the Ironclad have in it, inside its hangar?
Cargo?
No, it's got that big laser, the anti-personnel laser for.
Oh, the anti-turret. Yeah. Sorry.
So it's got a turret inside the hangar bay to take care of nasty boarders, and I could see those being in the defense turret. I could see those being in other ships as well. So that'd be another way that you'd be able to deal with people doing nefarious things on ships where they weren't supposed to. But lots of.
I think that's not going to eventuate like they think it is, by the way, because how do you shoot people when the cargo base full of cargo?
Yep.
So are you implying that I'm going to board your ship, when it doesn't have any cargo?
Well, you might want to steal my ship. That's the idea. But yeah,
it's a little weird, if you get what I mean. Right? It just doesn't. The points are made up and they don't matter. It hasn't been thought through in my book, but anyway.
I think it's the idea of when you capture a ship and you basically.
Well, wouldn't you kind of want to be like almost like two turrets and they go down the side of either cargo, so you've essentially funneled people into a channel?
The kill zone, yep.
Yeah, like a kill zone. And then if there's and if there's one down the middle, then aren't they just going to go down the side? So then you technically need 3. Either way, no matter which way you work it out, there's something that's been missed in translation there.
I do what Socially Confused suggests. Just shoot the cargo to deny the pirates. Blow my cargo up, destroy my cargo, then self-destruct and take them with me. Yep.
Why board it when you can just destroy it? So yeah.
Yep. Anyway, Dark-Sided Gamer or Dark-Sided Gamer says, sorry, contact lenses are drying out. Execute.
Yep. I said you, Algared, if the lights are hurting you, I'll say it live, like I said it to you after the show. Just turn them off. I don't think anyone's going to give a shit if you're sitting there in the dark. The way you and I look, I don't think they'd give a fuck.
No, they don't care. They don't care.
Yeah. Right.
But it's, so Dark-Sided Gamer says, Execute, you were not a game dev and don't do 3D modeling. Sorry, you were a game dev, or were you not a game dev and don't do 3D gaming modeling? I'm curious your basis to say this detail isn't needed.
No, I never said.
I think he's saying you weren't. I think he was saying you weren't a game dev and didn't do 3D modeling. So how do you get away with saying?
He's basically got butchered English, so clearly he's trying to translate or something like that. So I was a game dev and I did do 3D modeling. And I'm curious, your basis, were you are not, because I'm going to read it word for word, right? So people can see how broken it is and why Algared and I are having a problem reading it. Execute. Where you are not a game dev and don't do 3D modeling, I'm curious your basis to say this detail isn't needed. Real question. I never said the detail isn't needed. I meant as in for a gray box, right? Or a white box, like early on, that is way too much detail. That's what I'm saying, right? So it's moving more towards a final exterior way too soon. And Grim brought it up to me, and I agree with him, right? I agree with him 100%. It's way too early. And the only other ship that did that was the Polaris, and hence the rest of my answer.
Yeah.
I hope that clarifies. Sorry.
Yeah, there's only 2 times where we've seen that external polish kind of put on a ship. And that's when they've shown us a ship, the exterior, and let us see it, but then we haven't been able to board it. When they're bugged and you've been able to fly through the ship, like when the Javelin was first in game, you could fly through it, you could get into the Javelin, and it was just hollow. There was nothing in there.
Algared, can you lean forward for me? I'm trying to see if what Pissball Pete's saying is accurate. Can you just holy fucking shit, he is right. You can read the fucking text from chat on your forehead. Wow. You actually had to check on that.
You liar. Harsh. That's rude. That is so rude.
How can I make jokes when he's this fucking stupid? Come on, you gotta it's just too easy. You make it too easy, man. Come on. And that was Pete's joke. It was a freaking brilliant joke, Pete. Good job. Well done. We baited him together. Right. Yeah, look at chat. You fell for it. Come on, bro. Anyway. And this is where he goes, look what I got to put up with.
It is. It is. Yes, clown, it is bullies. Bullying.
Oh, my God. You can't make this shit up.
Disappointing.
You can't. It just shows you how much of different people we really are. You're far more... we just got different sense of humours. I think I'll just leave it at that. Right. Zig says, do you think you can solo the Ironclad? I think you can solo any ship. The question really comes back to whether you should or not. I think that is really where we're going, right? Someone was saying to me today, because I had this discussion with Bops, right? And Bops gets really caught up in the now a lot. And yeah, right now the Aegis is a pain in the ass because it can just go out and shoot things. But in the final kind of form of where that's going to be, if you don't have an engineer, you're screwed.
You're up a creek.
Yeah. You're going to need it. You can take the Aegis out And his rebuttal to that when he went the other way was, but then as a noob, if I take it out and I get totally destroyed, well, that's your choice. You learned the hard way, did you not?
You may be able to do, like the passenger's idea where, you're one person on the ship because everyone else is still asleep and you're running around doing stuff.
Daft Digit, I so want to show that on stream right now. Can I please show that on stream right now? Because if I show that on stream right now, there's going to be a lot of memes. Please, Daft. Daft, please, Daft. This is so good. All right, yeah, sorry. Continue. You can't see what I can see. And you can see what I can see. All right, I'm going to show the stream because it's so bloody good. Right, ready for a laugh, everyone? Algared, put on your serious face. You get your serious face on? Here we go, ready?
So bad.
So good. I want a t-shirt. I want a t-shirt of that, man. That's so good. Hey, Daft, can you send it through to me? Because the last time I turned up at a Bar Citizen, I had Algared's face on the t-shirt. Guess what the next one's going to be?
Harsh.
That made today. Send it through to me. I'm getting that put on a t-shirt. That is what I'm wearing at the end of the month. That's what I'm putting on my shirt. I still have the other one in the drawer. Like, I got the Old Man Hurston shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And I had people in the middle of the street stopping me going, who is this guy? I said, it's just Old Man Hurston. And they went, oh, is he like an historical figure? I'm like, yeah. So asking me all these questions about it, and I'm just making up all this shit on the spot. It was funny. But this one, people are going to be like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is that, bro? Algared Chad. Yes, it's Algared Chad.
Algared Chad. Mm-hmm.
So good. But I did it last time. Look, again, how else am I going to take the piss out of you than that? I think that's hilarious. And I reckon if I turn up with this, I want to see what Sandy says. Because I think Sandy will lose her shit. I know Sandy well enough that she will see the joke in that. And other people there will see the joke in that. And it was the same thing with the other shirt, though, wasn't it? But this is funnier. The other one wasn't really funny. This is funny. Yeah, I'm so doing that. Duff, can you send that through to me in a higher res? And I'll put it on a shirt. Not even joking. Right, go ahead, Algared.
We have had Chad Garrett, but also the crew, our Laugh Out Loud. Thank you for the super chat on YouTube.
I think he did like a vibes thing. It's like an emoji or whatever. I haven't seen that one before. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Thank you for that. The crew.
Whatever it was. Thank you so much for it. Most appreciated.
Again,
Chagrid is the other name that came up.
We have so many things from over the years that we could turn into merch and stuff like that. It's effort. It's just effort.
We're not suggesting that Hurston do bioengineering and use enhancements or anything like that. Not at all.
Yeah.
We're not into cloning. No.
Well, we wanted to do a shirt last year too, but Duff and I just got caught up with things and it just never ever eventuated, did it, Duff? We started the planning to do one and never gonna. What are you reading now? What made you laugh?
D28 3W when Hurston need to bring out the guns.
That might be the tagline I put on the shirt. When Hurston needs to bring out the guns. Yeah, that
was good.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I'll pay that one. That was very good. Yeah. Yeah,
for that meme, yes.
Young man Hurston.
Young man Hurston. Young man. Yeah. I could almost see that with YMCA.
Young man. Anyway.
Yeah, okay. Anyway,
right, next one.
Save the audience from our horrible voices.
Yes, true.
Or singing. The Rusty Pigeon Gaming channel says GTA 6 starts marketing in the second half of 2026. Could CIG use this to an advantage? Think positives. Keep up the good work, guys. Well, thank you for saying that. Yeah.
I think, like everyone else, I'm changing my stance on it slowly, but I've talked to people in at CIG.
Yep.
I think they are a little bit worried about it. I didn't think they would be. But I don't know. Algared, do you kind of agree? Like, I'm changing my stance a little bit from what you and I have heard.
Look, I've heard the same, but I spoke to a couple of people. I spoke to one person, and I was saying, yeah, it depends on Sergio. It depends on what's happening with Grand Theft Auto. We'll wait and see.
And I think Grim said yesterday on his stream as well, he's in the movie industry, and there are people in the movie industry that are worried about it. It's that big, it goes outside gaming. I wasn't aware of how big it was, because again, me and you, I'm not really interested in that. Like I did play the old ones, like I bought 5, but I didn't play it heaps. And so I think this time around maybe I've aged out from it. I don't know what it is, but I don't think there's a single game that appeals to everyone. Let's just put it that way. Now,
Bourbon Skunk says, well, it's not on PC. True, but it's so big. If everyone's buying it and playing that, then they're not playing your game or anything else that comes out, or they're not going to the movies in that weekend. So,
and it's not even the game when it comes out. It's also the advertising space. If they're just making so much noise with advertising, how do they even hear what you're advertising? That's the other part of it as well. So
so it's all of those factors. If people are removing themselves from the market because they're doing X, the market's significantly smaller. And if you're trying to maximize your access to the market, you want to avoid those situations where the market is significantly shrunk. So I could see them looking at that and keep an eye on that, as I would expect any producer or any one in the gaming industry, or as Grim was saying, the movie industry, to be taking note of any asset or thing that was coming out that was going to have a possible impact upon their sales or budget, or so I think it was a fair cop.
Right. What are we up to? Project Gnome, they're up to. Do you think they will sell specialized Drake? Stop clicking the buttons, Algared. I can't read a moving target. Drake command. Wait. Do you think that they will sell Algared? Don't click the fucking button. I can't read a moving target. Do you think they will sell specialized Drake command? Just so people know, Algared's ticking all these questions that we've done as I'm trying to read, and he's just knocking it down the page. It's going all the way down the page as I'm reading it. It literally went from like the top to the bottom.
Why are you saying moving target? And
now you understand. Drake command modules, like one with the T3 med bed, another one with improved scanning, another one with improved extra fuel reserve. I think that's a little bit beyond what I was trying to say, but I think I would come back to what me and Algared did both agree on, is that the chances they're making another ship that works with a command module is highly likely.
Highly likely. And yes, I do have to apologize for clicking the other things and moving it on, because when you do it to me when I'm reading, it's
annoying as shit. It's annoying as shit. And you don't mean to do it, but you just did like 6 in a row. So I can forgive one, but when it just kept going, it's like, God damn, man. I'm like every time I get halfway through it, you'd click another one. But yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I think it'll be something small that attaches, that allows it to have a jump drive initially, if they wanted to just sell it on its own as a ship, because otherwise it's just a snub. If it's just a snub that they sell, is that that's a bit dirty, isn't it? Because you really need the other ship to function properly. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth if you don't sell it with.
There is, though, a precedent. They have sold the MPUV. They have sold the P72, the P52.
But would you be recommending this over, say, something like a cutter? And at its size, it would be roughly around the same size as a cutter. It'd be the most expensive snub they've ever sold.
Oh, it would be most expensive, and that's why I don't see it as being a snub. I cannot see it being a snub just because of the fact that it's
and that's why
least cutter sized.
And that's why they can have their cake and eat it too if they add the little ring thing I was talking about, because that allows them to turn it into not a snub, but they don't have to change any of the functionality. It doesn't break what they said that it was going to be, and it allows it to still connect to the like have the gameplay of it not having a jump drive when it connects to the Caterpillar and the Ironclad. That's it answers all the questions. All the ducks are in a row. There's no issues there, and that's why I think it's the. I can also tell you now how many times we talked about that ring ship over the years. Like how many? Look, I must have brought it up on stream half a dozen times at this point.
Yep. Right. And I'll come back with your comment. You've mentioned it, so it'll never happen.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Okay, you win. You win. Right, next question.
It's a possibility.
It's undefeated at this point. I can't not correct you on that one. You're completely correct. As soon as we mention it, they just don't do it. So yeah. Put it this way, if it's the crab, by the way, they've now changed the name because we've agreed that it's the crab. So now it
lobster.
It can't be vol, it can't be crab. It's got to be something else now. That's just the way.
The lobster or the shrimp. Yeah, anything. But yeah.
All right, Citizen Ninja, is that the one there that I see? Do you think the new Salvage ship will have a pilot-controlled Salvage laser? No clue, mate. I would say looking at the Reclaimer is probably the closest one you can look at, and you have a pilot and a claw operator, right? But I would say, this is where my brain goes, right? And you feel free to shoot me down here, Algared, right?
Nope.
You kind of have those two claw things where those command the little modules that kind of come diagonally. I think they control the claws, and then when they deploy, they turn into lasers and the claws retract. That's where my brain goes. So you essentially scrape at one point, and then you kind of go back up and kind of remote control the claws. That's where my brain is at. I don't know if that is exactly how it's going to eventuate, but that's kind of where I see it at the moment.
If it's only got the two, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
But
the front one,
6.
The front one could be a scraper. The front one could be a tractor beam, which would make sense because there is a tractor beam on the Reclaimer, by the way. So make it so that that front guy has a scraper and a tractor beam. The other guys are scrapers and claw operators. And then you just have one pilot up top. Done.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
Oh, yeah, we'll just wait and see. It's just the combo that
Rabbit SC.
It's really just the combo they decided to go with at the end of the day, isn't it? Yeah.
Rabbit SC, I think, has the best option for the circular docking ring, and that is I could see the docking ring for Kruger, Wolf, or P-52, 72.
I think that's the last time we
100% see that.
I think it's the last time we brought it up, to be honest with you. We brought it up with the Merlin. I think we brought it up with a bunch of different... We brought up the Fury. Anytime there's been a snub, we brought it up, right? But out of all those, the one that probably needs it the most is that thing, because it's got just so much more people that are in it. When it's a Merlin or a Fury, so there's no mothership for the Fury yet, right? We know that they did try to do turrets on the... When we talked to Ben and John, they said that, didn't they? They tried to do turrets on the Starlancer that were the Furies, but there wasn't enough space, right? So I know that they're at least attempting a mothership, right? And so
they did kind of give a mothership because the Starlancer does have the
hangar for it. We're going off point. I'm going to lose my train of thought. The Merlin is clearly meant to dock with it. They have dedicated motherships, but the way that this module works, you can kind of see it's kind of becoming a bit almost like a multi-tool of ships, right? Where on the multi-tool you change the head and have different things. Well, this is almost like the handle, right? So the command module is the handle that's going between different ships, and if they pull that off, it could be a really cool thing that Drake has that no other manufacturer has. But by the same token, how do you travel back? So you know how you kind of like travel out and you go out in your ironclad, and then in the cargo bay you have the ring. You get in the ring, you fly back to thing, you then bring out the ironclad assault, and then there's you do the back and forth a couple of times. It allows you to kind of go out and come back without having to bring the entire ship back every single time. You get where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah,
so,
but I look at that and say, if the jump module is on the command module,
exactly
on the command pod, you don't need to worry at all. So it's already included in it. You don't have to do it.
You don't need to worry about it if you're not leaving the system. You see what I mean?
If you've got a jump drive,
you only really
got a jump drive on the...
Listen, Algared, you don't need the ring if you're not leaving the system. And 9 times out of 10, aren't you just going from a space station to somewhere within that system?
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yep,
you only ever need the ring if you're going between systems.
Yep.
That's it.
But if you've got the jump drive on your command module and that's giving a link to the thing that you're joining to, it's problem solvable.
But then that breaks the... I guess it does and doesn't. Then it also breaks the rule of... they don't really need to be a snub then to connect to the command module and connect to the thing. But look, okay, I'm CIG. Your solution is the simplest. It's not the coolest, not by a long shot.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's the coolest. I'm saying it's the simplest.
It is the simplest, though. Yep, absolutely.
All right, it's the simplest way, and yeah.
And I fucking hate it. Right, keep going.
And yeah, look, am I a fan of it? No, not really, but it does make the command module like a semi cab.
Yep, it just turns it into a small starter that connects to other ships, basically.
Yeah.
And it would also mean they could sell it, which I think sucks balls. But anyway, and it's no longer a snub then as well. Well, it's just a ship. It's just a ship that can connect to certain ships, and that's it. Okay.
But the beauty would be those with a caterpillar and a ironclad get that.
Well, it's just a ship that can dock to other ships, like a Legionnaire or something like that. But it only connects to certain ships, not every ship with a dock. It's a customized dock, basically, if you work it through. So yeah, it's no longer as cool.
They could make it to anything. So yeah,
just no longer cooler as it sounded. Yeah, they could. Well, if they made a variant of it, yeah, for sure. It's a fool says biggest question about it is what the cargo solution looks like. Is it still external or is it both? Yeah, you need context in there, my friend.
That's for the volley type thing.
I think
biggest question is the cargo external or internal? I think it's external.
Yeah, I'll bring up the if I bring up this and then I bring up this.
While you're talking, if you do want to join our giveaway,
yep, go ahead.
Go to our video on the Hermes. Make sure you are a subscriber and it's a public subscriber and leave a comment. And that's all you have to do to get in the draw. If you're here when we do the draw, we'll give you a skin as well for the Hermes. If you're not here, you get the Hermes when you let us know that you've got the ship.
They've still got the old raft photos on there. They don't have the new ones. It's actually got the old cargo containers. I can't... Oh, God, this is going to make it really hard to envision stuff I'm talking about if I don't have photos.
Thank you, Daft.
Right. So, just imagine this is the new raft, not the old one. Right? So, you know how you got the raft bed on it? So, you take the bed off the raft and you basically smack it underneath the mole where those pods go. And that is what me and Algared are kind of envisioning as the system. And I'd say it probably goes back a little bit again because I actually reckon the boxes are going to kind of like pop out onto the grid system of the raft.
100% agree with that.
Yep. And that, you know, you can obviously just extend that along to the whole bottom area of the ship because there's also space along here. And then the only thing that changes then is how do you enter the ship? And then that's obviously, well, can you put a door at the back? Can you have an elevator? Can you have an elevator that goes right up the, you know, where the ladder was? Yep. You just have a ladder that goes all the way up, and it stops on there, and it stops at the top. You know, like you making another entrance is not a big deal. You know. Anyway, I think that kind of answers that one. I hope this is like the third time we've talked about it today, but yeah. Anyway. Right, first time.
That question probably came in when we were talking about it.
yeah, it's been that long. Stoked, a first-time chatter on Twitch, says, any thoughts about the Anvil Liberator? I think we can say it's probably going to update and change a bit.
Yeah.
It was designed for a gameplay, but again, ironically, we're talking about jump drives, where when a lot of ships didn't have jump drives, and we're now rapidly moving to every ship has a jump drive. Which kind of, to me, if that's the case, then why aren't jump drives just a part of quantum drives? Why even have the jump drives?
Well, the jump drive is a module that clicks onto your quantum drive. You already know that.
But just make it so so when you have your snubs, they just don't. Do you see what I'm saying, right?
Quantum drive.
Well, you don't need a quantum drive to get around. Why make it so you got an additional thing when you can just have one less thing? Yep. So I would have done it, but you know, I'm not working at CIG. I'm not a genius. So yeah.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, because if it's only snub ships who don't have a quantum drive, so they're limited, and every other ship has a quantum drive.
Oh,
It used to be you needed the module to be able to jump, and some ships didn't have that module.
I've thought of the reason. Because you can shoot a quantum drive. So you can still take out the drive on the ship so it can't run. That's why. You can disable the ship.
But if you're...
On a snub algorithm, you need an engine to be able to shoot the engine to take it out. That's what I'm saying. So you take out the quantum drive and the snub can't fly at all. That's why...
Snubs don't have a quantum drive. They've just got their...
That's true. Well, shit. Now I'm in a conundrum.
No,
why the hell have they done that then?
Because they used to have ships like fighters that were carrier-based that had a quantum drive but didn't have a jump drive, and other ships that had a quantum drive and the jump drive.
So it's just a leftover legacy thing. It's a bunch of
fluff.
It's
a leftover legacy thing.
Yeah,
I think you're right. You don't need jump drives anymore. You just need a quantum drive.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Yeah.
So I think, as you said, it's a leftover legacy.
Yep.
So yeah.
Because you could have literally just had a big quantum drive, and now you got this quantum drive with a jump drive on top. Oh, the other thing is they'd have to remake all the art that they made. That's why.
I suppose the other aspect is you could actually target, theoretically, the jump drive. Or when you're targeting a quantum drive, you could damage the jump drive before you damage the quantum drive.
You could have different damages and resistances for components too, because at the moment there's only one jump drive. Does that mean you can have different? So much like where you have, you got the military quantum drive versus civilian.
Yep.
The same thing. So can you have different ones that make it fuel efficient? Yeah, I can give them a pass, but it's super niche. But I can give them a pass.
So yes, Parker, the jump drive is a subcomponent of the quantum drive, and the original jump points were actually found because the quantum drives were actually malfunctioning, and the jump drive module or subcomponent actually causes the quantum drive to malfunction in law. So yeah,
I don't get that question, but when we cross that bridge, another question just came up in chat, and I was just like, oh, what? Anyway,
But yeah, so the thoughts on Libra, as I said, it was a shipping ship for those times when ships didn't have quantum drives, and because that's all changed, expect a rework.
Yeah, bit of an update. Right.
Monstravy.
I need to do this giveaway. I'm going to need to start getting organized for this giveaway. So if you want to do a couple of questions out me, that would be great. So
So if you do want to join the giveaway, now is your last chance.
Yep, I'm going to
go to the video.
You've literally got, I'm going to give you 8 minutes. You got 8 minutes.
So go to the video, our Hermes video, make sure you're a subscriber and publicly subscribe to the channel and leave a comment, and that will get you in. And you've got how many more minutes, Lex?
8 minutes, basically. Yeah, 8 minutes. Less than 8 minutes now.
So if you want to enter, that's all you got to do. And that will get you the put you into the draw. Okay, Monster Avery says would definitely question what the third pod would be. Because if it's 2 claws for breaking the ships and 3 scrapers, the only thing the Reclaimer has over it is cargo space. No, but the Reclaimer does have drones and also a refinery. Used to have a refinery.
This is going to be a very easy giveaway. I just searched for public subscribers on the video, and there's literally 2 people.
There you go. So if you're not a public subscriber to our channel, no, it can't be right. You really need to make sure you're publicly subscribed. Otherwise, you miss out.
That can't be right. There has to be more people that are public subscribers than that. No, there's only 2 people. There's normally like, 50. There's 2.
2. That is bizarre.
Oh, I don't see either of them in chat.
And Daft Digits agreeing with it. It doesn't sound right.
No, it doesn't sound right. I don't know what's going on there. Was a bunch of them held? Let's have a look. Was any of them held? No, none held. Yeah, there's only 2 on the entire video. That doesn't seem right. I might just not give a shit about them being public subscribed to this one, just do a Shark Pepper one. It also makes it a lot easier for me because I don't have to sit here and organize anything either. Random comment figure. All right, so we've got, how long have we got left? Bit over 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes. Go for it, Algared, when you're ready.
Yep. So, thinking, did I answer Monster Avery's question? Yes. So the Reclaimer does have the drones. It does have. It did have a refinery. I don't know whether it's still going to get the refinery. It may even be some sort of sorting process. But we do know there's stuff in the Reclaimer that has to be reworked. But yeah, so I think that there's enough in it to break it down. And the only thing that the two claws would give, the two bits that are disintegrating ships or munching stuff give, is just a greater width. I think it balances out with the way they talked about powder, salvage, chunks, and powder, salvage, and chunks. In the way that you gather stuff and
powder, scraps, and chunks.
Powder, scraps, and chunks in terms of what you salvage, and the way they were talking about the one being quick turnaround, but not as much profit as you'll get when you do the chunks and then refine it and spend that time refining it. So there's that time factor that comes in, and the Reclaimer is mass volume, whereas the Vulture is small volume for fast turnaround, and this will be somewhere in the middle.
Tenjak, thank you for the prime sub. Yeah, it'll probably be somewhere between the Vulture and the Reclaimer, so it's probably going to be doing chunks and scraps type of thing.
It would be our guess. So,
the other thing we didn't mention in that video that we did too, that I want to kind of reiterate here, because we did talk about it afterwards, but it was really interesting with Salvage, how it essentially, if you look at the number of people that use them, is it's essentially one on the Salvation, one on the Misfortune, one on the Vulture, and then it starts to drop to multiple. So we've got the Crab coming, that's going to be what, like 3, I imagine, and then you jump to 5 in the Reclaimer. So Salvage is a very low crew count profession. Mostly across based on averages, right? So it's just really interesting to kind of see that, where you get mining where it kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 type of thing. It's a lot more scalable. I find that interesting, and I wonder how it's going to pan out in other professions too. So yeah, I don't know, is Salvage an outlier, or is it commonality?
And I wouldn't be surprised to see the crew count on the Reclaimer go up. Well, when it changes.
Well, that's the thing. Like, does it say a bit about what Salvage is? It's not so much a crew count based profession. It really is a ship based profession, you know. And I asked that of mining, because, like, you look at the mole. Is there there's not really much difference between crew count between a mole and an Arastra. Why would you take the Arastra? And then you go, well, wait, hang on. There's literally 5 to 8 on the Ryan, and it's 4 to 6 on the Arastra. Why wouldn't I just take? Well, obviously you can't go down to planet on an Orion, but you get my thing, right? If you've got the 2 ships and it's all about money, you know. But yeah. The other thing I think that's what's happening with mining too that makes it a bit different is because it's got those 2 trees. I think you're essentially getting underground mining and surface mining, and as they go up, they're merging into the Orion, and it's kind of going to do a bit of both. We've got a hype train going. I always get confused when they do that on Twitch. I don't know what you guys doing over there, but thanks. But yeah, thanks very much. I didn't see anyone.
I think the hype train is done by gifting subs and things.
I don't know what caused it. There's no other. Jack was the only one that did it. Anyway, all right. I'm distracted. Anyway, how long have we got left now? We have under 2 minutes, and then
under 2 minutes.
We'll do this. So if you want to do another question, please, Algared.
Yep. So the next question is from Father and Son Gaming. Are we going to meet at CitizenCon this year? So are we going to meet you at CitizenCon this year?
I am leaving up to going to really what happens. I have allowed 2 weeks to go. I can only travel a certain number of days a year, so I'm going 2 weeks to spend in the Philippines with my girlfriend, which I was meant to go at the end of last year, but something happened with her, and then something happened in my real life, and I couldn't go, and I was really disappointed. I'm still very... I think I've pissed off a few people in the Philippines because they organized an entire bar citizen around me going, and because of what happened, I just couldn't go. Like, it was one of those life things. It's like, well, if I don't turn up to this, I'm going to regret it, and I've got to either cancel my holiday or I've got to go. And listen, you know those bad things that happen in your life, those events? It was one of those, right? And I had to go, right? And by the same token, I did tell them I was coming again now, but that I got a very kind of cold reply, right? Noted you're coming on this date. That's all they said. And I went, right, so they're mega pissed. And I just left it there. I was like, I totally valid. I deserve that response. But again, even if you want to do a private meetup, if anyone in the Philippines is watching this, I will be in Manila for 2 weeks from the 16th to the 18th. Any of you that are there, I'm happy to come out one evening or any evening, even if it's just one of you, and I'll have lunch with you. I'm totally cool with that. I do apologize for not being able to come the first time, but I don't want to talk about what happened, obviously. But Algared, you can back me up on that, right? It's one of those things. Where
it's just one of the things that couldn't be changed.
Yeah, I could. Well, I can't. I lost money on the holiday, for crying out loud. Like, you know.
You did.
Oh yeah. No. So did I say the 16th? Sorry, Pete. I meant to say the 6th. The 6th of March to the 18th of March. And just in typical CIG fashion, there'll more than likely be a ship that comes out then. So
of course it will be.
You guys are going to have to put some pressure on Bops and Astro to come on and help Algared. Now, Algared has a very particular set of skills. One of the things that's not in that skill sets is the ability to be able to stream. He can't do that, but he can do a lot of other things, right? And
and part of the reason
why he's here every week. If I hated him as much as he claims, he would never be here. I would just kick him the fuck out.
If I hated Execute as much as we let on, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. It would be, it'd pretty much just be like this. It'd be like, yep, fuck off. Bye. See ya.
It is very much the odd couple. That is, it works for us.
Exactly. We see the benefit of it, and that's why we keep doing it. So, but by that same token, if I get sick, like I had to go to hospital a couple of years ago, we couldn't do a stream because Algared just does not have that knowledge base.
Yeah. Right? I can stream, but one of the problems when we're doing the multi-phase streaming is my internet just does not cope. It does, and it's due to.
I don't want to call you a boomer either, but I'm going to give a little example. When we went to CitizenCon last year, what happened with all the devices that you had on the first day? Just to give them an example of boomerism.
I'm not a boomer. I'm an X-Gen, by the way.
Right. But my point still is completely valid. What did you do? What did you do wrong? He didn't charge them. He hadn't charged them in like 6 months. So he goes in and goes, flat. Oh, shit.
Oh, crap. Oh, I forgot to charge.
So I had to pull out all my spare batteries and give him all my spares and shit. I charged them all. Yeah. It was close to that, but I had spares. You were lucky I had spares, or you would have been really screwed. But point is, the next night, like, he was good to go because he went back and he charged everything and all that. And I was saying to him at the time, I'm like, Algared, how did you not think of these? He goes, yeah, I charged him like 6 months ago. I was like, oh my god.
No, it wasn't 6 months ago, but
but you know my point, right?
It wasn't.
You've got a lot,
and it was just.
You've got a lot more on your plate than I do, right? I got a lot more free time than you do, right? So you don't have to justify it to me. I understand, but I'm just trying to give them the example of that we are very different people, and we definitely make up for each other's flaws.
I'm not the world's oldest Gen Z. I'd probably be in the second year of Gen Z.
When were you? Do you want to tell people when you're born or not? Isn't it around the? No. It's every 20 years. So like, 1980 to like 2000 is millennials, yeah. And then so if you're the one behind me, that means you would have to be between 80 and 60. 1960 to 1980. Yeah, oh, there we go.
Yep,
That's all you got to say. He's in that range. So he's a Gen X.
I'm in that range. In fact,
and you said around. You said around the. Did you say around the middle? So you'd be around the 70s.
Yep.
That tracks.
Bit earlier than 70.
Yep. Oh, 69. So, right. Nice. Nice. I see where you went there. 69. Right, got it. Yeah.
And I'm too sure. That's all I'll say. And I'm too sure.
And I'm what? You tossed the dead
arm?
arm?
I'm too sure.
You got arms on the table again where you're butchering people?
I'm too sure.
What you're juggling arms that you've decapitated, you know?
Oh, well.
Lobbed off people? Okay.
Those that know.
Okay. All right. I think we've beat around the bush long enough now. So
before you did go, people were saying in chat, and I did want to cut in and said, check to see whether there's more, because lots of people were doing the changing from private to public.
It's literally at 2, so it's bugged. But there were other people that told me to look, right? So there's the 2 that came up. You can see there I don't have any other additional filters on. It is just this video, your video, that bit up there. They're published posts, so that just means anyone that people have published, sorted by nothing, and public subscribers. And that's all that's coming up. So something is bugged, right? So because of that, I'm just going to do it to everyone. Right, I've made it with everybody. I've made it unique authors, so that means if you have multiple posts, well, screw you. And then I've not made it replies; it's only posts and number of winners. Yes, John, we know you're old. Yeah. See, John is a boomer. Yeah, John is technically a boomer. And you're older than my mum, John. Holy shit! How the hell are you and I friends? I know. Well, I know John wants to see me at CitizenCon. He was getting really annoyed. I was saying, John, I've only got 2 weeks. I might have to just fly directly into Manchester and fly straight out. I might not even be able to see her. He's like, no, that'll disappoint me. And I was like, yeah, it'll disappoint me too. But maybe you can just come up and stay with me in Manchester, John. We'll see. I definitely want to. I don't care about you. I just want to see Diane's cooking. I want more cookies. How about you, Agrid? Yeah. We should export that shit. More cookies. Yeah, I want more cookies. Yeah. That's like mandatory. I just take the whole suitcase back of cookies. So yeah. Right. Is there anything else that I need to turn on there that you can think of, Agrid? We'll refresh and see if we've got any more comments because we're at 314. Yeah, well, that's definitely gone up. So we've got a few more now. All right. Good luck to everyone. Hermes, here we go. Little shark's doing its thing, and the winner. I don't know why it does this thing about now trying to sell me AI ads. Remy Ramirez 8889, who says definitely explains why the triage and minivac were so poor, makes their claim about needing more space for the drones. If it were included, even more laughable. Can I click C on YouTube? Drum roll, please. And definitely explains it. Reply. Congratulations on congratulations. And Remy, if you're in chat, say hi. Let us know, because that will mean we give you a skin as well. RSI, Remy's, thanks. Is he in chat? Can anyone see him? I can't see him at the moment. CIG, please reach out to myself on Discord. Talk to you soon. Thanks. Probably shouldn't have had to talk to you soon because he might not get in contact with me. Anyway, well, I hope to talk to him soon. Right. Yeah, congrats, Remy. We hope you. Yep. I guess. I can't see. No, everyone's saying congratulations, but I can't see any Remys. And lucky dog, but I can't see any Remy yet. Yes, someone won. Someone's saying I'm Remy, and so is my wife. Like, Nasta, I liked what you did there. But anyway, nasty. Yeah. Anyway, congrats to Remy on that. I had a lot of fun with the Hermes. I don't think it's a ship for me though. I get really annoyed with how it loads things. But it's progress. It's progress. I can definitely see them going the next step again and fixing even more things. Yeah. Right. Next question, please. Father and Son Gaming had a question for us. So he said, CIG finally delivered on the old Aurora paints. There are also paints that were never officially designed as Aurora paints only, like the Electro Hull skin. Do you think we will get these paints for the other
original ships from the campaign.
So we went through this last week, but it's so vaguely worded that there's like 5 or 6 different ways you can take how it's been written, and that is the issue. And they can sit there and claim it was meant to be this way, but the problem is, because you didn't detail it out, because you didn't write it a certain way, people brought it the way they thought it was, right? Yeah. And I can go out and talk to multiple people that say, I brought it for this. And like there's people that go, I brought it for my Connie. There are people that go, I brought it for my cutlass. I brought it for my cutlass so I can do smuggling or whatever. And it goes on multiple times. And every time you read through it, and I can go through it all again, but just let's just simplify it. Say it was way too vaguely written. You need to make it so it is done to that vagueness. There's no way around it. And because of how it was written, if someone decided to be an ass about it and take you to court, I guarantee you that you would have to make it that way. So for legal reasons, I think you should just do it so it covers all bases. That's my personal opinion. Now, not a lot of people own that skin, but you've also potentially said that you are planning to sell it in limited quantities later on this year. So therefore, if the description changes to be an Aurora only skin or a Connie only skin or an RSI only skin, and it's written that vaguely, by the way, or all ship skin, right? You then need, that's how they wrote it. So literally you need to make it so it works on every single ship in the game based on how vaguely you wrote it.
Yeah. So Pete, the question wasn't whether it was flick between.
Well, it's that as well.
Change that as well. Flick of a switch, and because originally they talked about it being changed between 2 skins.
Yeah.
So the idea seemed to be, and a lot of people thought skin 1, skin 2.
Hang on, Algared. Let me clear it up. Yeah. Well, let me clear this up because you are right. But I also, because of the way it's written, you can also take it change between any 2 skins in the entire game.
Yep.
Because it's so vaguely written. I'm looking for that image. You know the one I'm looking for, and can I find it? No, can't.
Probably not. So it looks like you've got the Electro Health skin on your ship, and you flick to another skin. But the way everyone seemed to understand it originally was you have 2 skins, but you flick between, and it swaps between those 2 skins.
So here we go. What it looks like it's going to be now is, see those 2 blue skins at the bottom? It flicks between those 2. But if you read the description, and I'd have to go back between the messages between me and you and Algared. God, I didn't want to go this deep. I really didn't want to go this deep with this today. How long? No, that's Daft. That's not you. That's you. Oh my God, put us a pants, man. Holy shit.
They're pants. They're shorts.
Yeah. No, it was before that. So there's the photo of the skins, but I can't find the line. Here we go. This is the, and I'll post this in chat so you can read it, because obviously I'm just reading off the screen. I don't have an official image of this because they've removed it from the website, but this is the old description. The Electro Skin Hull enhancement for existing Robert Space Industries ship owners. Now, is that every single person on the RSI website, or is that just RSI ships, as in at the time it was an Aurora and a Connie? Vagueness. Can switch hull appearances at the flick of a switch. Is that between 2 skins like this, or is it every single skin in the game? Vagueness. And then it says includes a special skin to show that you've backed twice. So everyone just assumed that it came with a unique skin, and you could flick between any 2 skins in the game. Now, I can clearly see their intent now is to just make it so it most likely works on the Aurora and works on the Connie. I can see that, right? But the problem is, because of how it's written, it's super damn vague. You can take it to be the most extreme, where it's changes between any 2 skins in the game or any ship.
Yep. And I can vaguely remember, even discussions about people are buying it for their cutlass, and you're saying
it's why people brought it. And I'm going to tell you right now, I had a similar discussion with Pissball Pete, and he's the same. He went out and brought it for $5 back then because it just worked. It just sounded like the most amazing skin ever.
Yep.
Because of that description. And again, I'm sorry, I think you have to deliver that. Because if that's how people brought it and you left it that vague, you've left yourself up to litigation. Now, I would never sue you, right? But I'm just saying, you've only got to get one person that's pissed off.
Yeah. Look, and I could see the original idea being from that being based for the RSI ships, but I can also see, based on the fact that everyone went to the RSI site back then, and anyone from Robert Space Industries ship owners, that was anyone who'd backed the game. And back then it would have been the original half dozen ships. I can see those being included. So I get the vagueness. Are they just talking about Robert Space Industry ships? And I can remember back in the day people talking about, no, it's for the Aurora and the Connie, but the whole thing, people were buying it for their Cutlass or their Caterpillar or their Freelancer, or or even their Hornet. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
So many people bought the ship for
the
ships they had.
So Iki's-san there in chat is basically saying he got the skin, but it didn't have any description. Yeah, they removed the description because it was too bloody vague. But the problem is, called the internet, and it's been stored there for all those years. And I can say, when I brought it, this is the description. So again, after probably when you brought it there, you mentioned you brought it in a pack. It didn't exist on the website anymore, right? But those of us that brought it separately, so in litigation terms, they could take it away from someone like you, Iki, soon, but they can't take it away from us. On another note, though, even if it is just this, right? I think what they're going for, Algared, you correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially when you turn it on, it looks like they're going to have electricity go across the surface of the ship.
Yep.
That'd be kind of cool. So you're flying on and it's blue. Click the switch and lightning appears on the outside.
Now, what does it give an advantage? Does that
none? It just looks cool.
It's just a skin, but
but it animates. Nice it's an animated skin. If it was animated, it would be sick. But
if it actually electrified the hull to stop borders, that'd be cool. If it animated the sun and it dispersed energy weapons a little bit because it's electrified, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
But
we'll see what happens with that. But
but that's me just going to crazy town.
Yeah, but it's not just at the very least, it's not just an Aurora skin. It at least needs to be a Connie skin. And then, as I said, because of its vagueness, you'll notice now when they do descriptions, they tend to be a lot more detailed because they've learned over time they have to be, because they get heaps more questions if they're not detailed. And that is vague as. And I know I'm going off at you for something that you wrote over a decade ago, but when you've promised things for over a decade, you've got to kind of deliver what was promised. And
even if it wasn't a promise,
not a promise, but in the description,
the fact that it's been taken as that, and the sales pitch was unclear.
Yeah, you've got to. We've said this for years, have we not? You have to inform people so they can make intelligent purchasing decisions. That's half the problem why we go off about different things that we went off today, like the law and stuff like that. Like again, if you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and you're building these fleets, make it make sense. You're talking about virtual spaceships, right? That you can, once you've made one, you can essentially digitally duplicate. Then make it make sense. You keep telling us the law matters, but then you keep telling us on the other end of it that the law doesn't matter. So I'd have it both ways.
And Bone Salesman, welcome to the chat.
Yeah, first time chat. Nice to see you, Bone Salesman. Right, getting towards the pointy end of the stick. How many?
Getting to the a lot. I'll look at a page. All right, so Pisspot Pete.
Yep.
How many Hercules are they going to fit in the battlecruiser? Don't know.
How many what? How many what was in the battlecruiser? Sorry.
Hercules. How many Hercules will fit in the back of a battlecruiser? Don't know. Probably none.
How many Hercules?
Devil Dog Games. How does one get in the Hermes giveaway? Well, it's already done, so don't know.
My hang on. I want to go back to the battlecruiser for a second. So my idea on the battlecruiser is it probably needs to be something like an Idris, but just bigger, right? So you don't want it to be all hangar or all not hangar. What do you call it? Carrier, like a Kraken or a Bengal, right? But you don't want it to be all combat either, like a Javelin. So I'm thinking like an Idris, but it's larger. I don't know if you were on the same boat there, Algared, but that's kind of where my...
No, because the battle cruisers are kind of bigger than destroyers in that sense. I've always thought
hey, Grim,
to change the naming, and the Javelin is effectively a cruiser, and the Idris is a destroyer.
Grim, you can jump in and talk to us, but on one condition, that you bring Piss Ball Pete with you.
Yep.
No, you can come in. Of course, you can come in. But yeah, Grim, jump in if you want.
And you're welcome as well, Pete.
Yeah, Pete's always welcome, but he won't come. Because he's just a shy little boy, and makes some great jokes. He thinks he's got nothing to add, but humor is adding things. Why do you reckon me and Algared are always trying to make fun of each other? Hey, Grim, how you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing? I came here just for Algared's opinion tonight. Unfortunately, I can't.
We did ours yesterday, but that's fine. Well, we went through a lot of the stuff you and I talked about anyway. So I've shared your opinion and some of Art's opinion and some other people, Bops and stuff that I talked to about it as well. So yeah,
you're welcome to come, Pete. You are.
Yeah. He's coming, but he's going to click a pen. See, you pissed him off with the pen as well. It wasn't just me. I guarantee.
No, he said he loved the pen.
No. Seriously, did clicking the pen drive anyone else nuts, or was it just me? Please feel free to let me know if the pen clicking. Like if you watch the video, you know what I was talking about. I was like, just melting. Anyway, right, Grim. What did you want to talk about? Grim?
What's your question?
Well, I heard you. I heard something about battle cruisers, so my interest peaked up.
Yep.
What do you think it's going to be, Algared?
Well, I'd like to think that it's bigger than a Javelin, because the Javelin is a destroyer. I've always thought the Javelin is actually, the way they've pitched it and the way it is, it's closer to a battle cruiser than a destroyer. Whereas the current frigate, the current Idris, is our destroyer. The Polaris is our frigate, and the Polaris is our frigate, and the Perseus is our corvette. And so you actually a progression of size, which fits with the real world type of analogy. Battle cruisers are cruisers that are.
So let me go back to the original question.
A battle cruiser is kind of like a battleship that's unarmored.
What?
Slightly unarmored.
What does it do?
Big guns, very fast, less armor.
Wait, so it's like less than a Javelin?
It would be. No, it would be more than a Javelin. It would be between a Javelin and a battleship.
Okay.
So the battle cruiser, theoretically, if you're going from
hangar, no hangar.
No, it wouldn't. It doesn't really need a hangar. It might need a
so it would have like
a small snub ship.
A big gun turret like the Bengal or something like that?
Yep. It'd basically be your battle cruiser, your battleship, stripped of some of its armor. So now, battle cruisers if we're going to history, but the battle cruisers were fast ships that were in between the cruisers and the battleships. And what they did is they gave the guns of the battleship, but they stripped back a lot of the armor to make them, to enable them to be fast.
So like someone in chat said, so it battles and it cruises.
Well, hey, it's not wrong.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Look, you know. If you're after the idea of what it was, battleships were too slow, but they're heavily armored. They could take a massive beating. Battle cruisers gave up some of their armor to get that speed, but they still had the big guns.
So
well,
hang on, just a quick question, because I just want to finish what Algared's saying, and then we can move on. But what would be your top manufacturer for this, based on what you've just said?
Anvil.
You reckon it's Anvil? Okay.
Anvil or Aegis.
Yeah. What if someone said, do you think RSI is in contention at all?
Oh, look, RSI would have to be in contention because they're RSI have helped build the Bengal.
Mm.
I think the Bengal's that one that's been built by everybody, or it is an RSI ship.
Mm.
Aegis, Anvil, the military ship producers. I don't see it being Drake because they're too young a company. And I remember I don't know whether they did this as the ship team when they were looking for the Carrack or the Kraken. Sorry, they took the Idris and then modified it, or whether in law they took kind of the Idris hull and then modified it. But
last question, because Grim asked me this, and then Grim can take it away. Is would you be disappointed if it was one of these?
Probably not.
So for those that don't know, these are essentially Bengal variants. Strip back Bengals.
Yep. Well, in a sense, a battle cruiser is a stripped back battleship. Is a Bengal a battleship? No, but it's kind of fitting into that thing. It's not like the Retribution, which is our super dreadnought. And the dreadnought was a precursor to the battleship in history. So, and it was revolutionary because it went turrets rather than broadsides. That was the big thing that really changed the nature of naval warfare.
I think if they go to anything other than Anvil, they'll probably be riots. But yeah, Grim, what did you want to ask? Sorry for interrupting you before.
Oh no, that's fine. I was eager to ask Algared, as he is someone who's knowledgeable on lore. How did you interpret? And again, I'm not putting like a ton of stock into Jared being specifically like trying to plant a seed, but like, what did you think of when Jared said that it's one of the oldest manufacturers? Is there any manufacturer that comes to mind as the oldest? I mean, is it RSI technically the oldest?
RSI is
the oldest.
Yeah, but the thing was, Anvil's actually older than Aegis. So Aegis is like 420 and Anvil's like 600. So, but do you look in oldest as in lore, or do you look at it as in oldest in the game? Because Aegis was one of the you kind of had RSI and Aegis right at the start when they. So again,
if you're talking game development, you've got
context is a beautiful thing.
So if you take the first 5 ships, it's RSI, Origin, Misk, and
Anvil. The Hornet was Anvil.
The Hornet.
Yeah. So and then the Retaliator came, I think, the next after that, and that was Aegis, wasn't it? So. Yeah.
So if you're looking at that side, but I think they're talking lore from Jared's point, which would be RSI. And then if you're looking,
I've seen Jared go both ways, so I don't think it's clear. Again, he needed context to his statement.
Well, I mean, it's always interesting when CIG does circle back. To me, it's interesting. It's all when CIG circles back to a Kickstarter promise. There almost sometimes seems to be like a reluctance to try to like dig the past up. But obviously, this is probably one of the biggest still to be acknowledged Kickstarter promises from the original campaign. And so it'll be interesting to see how they approach that. Will they take the easy route and just make a big ship with big guns, big, everything's big, or I think, and I'm based off some of the stuff they said, I really think and hope that they're going to try to do something different and unique. You know what I mean? I don't totally know what that would be, but
we've heard for donkeys, and at one point there was even sound files in Olisar where they were talking about a new Anvil ship being built at the main shipyards at I can't remember where the main shipyards are now.
Start with an M, I think. Something.
Sorry?
Doesn't that shipyard? I think it's starts with an M or something like that.
You're talking about the military ones.
MacArthur.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that one.
MacArthur, yeah.
So the MacArthur shipyards, which is their major military naval shipyards, and there's been talk about a new ship being built at the naval shipyards for donkeys, and it wasn't for retribution. So that raises the question: what is that ship? And a battle cruiser does seem to be the ship that fits in that. Now, does that mean it's not? Does that mean it lists a manufacturer? No, because it's being built in the naval shipyards, the government shipyards. So it could be RSI. It could even be a combination of them, just like the Retribution was a combination of multiple manufacturers to put that one together. There's go on.
Yeah, there's kind of an interesting connotation there when you're talking about all those manufacturers, because there's part of me that goes, well, if CIG's going to stay sort of honoring the lore of Star Citizen Squadron 42, part of me is like, well, it's kind of odd if it's an older ship. Let's say it's the battle cruiser is this ship that's existed for a while from RSI or Aegis or something like that. Then it's odd that it would have no place in Squadron 42. So it almost feels like, and since this definitely won't be in Squadron 42, there is an opportunity there for them to do something. Now, that's not to say that RSI can't make a new ship in response to the events of Squadron 42, but again, it seems more likely that it would be time for Anvil to step up, just from a purely in-game lore standpoint,
Yep. And we've seen that from, we've seen the Anvil, blurbs that and the old voice things that said they were building a ship in MacArthur.
Right.
So there's that. We do have RSI, and RSI did build a new ship in relation to the things that had happened at the events that were kind of talked about in Squadron 42, because they built the
get in here, Bobs.
They built the Polaris.
Bobs, get in here.
Yeah,
get in here now. You're in big trouble. Right, sorry.
So they built the Polaris based on the events that happened at Vega, which is the start point of Squadron 42, and they built that with we've got problems for the Navy. Let's build a ship that's good for the militia as well as one that's good for the Navy, and so I think one of the things that's going to make the Polaris not as good as people hope is the fact that too many cooks were saying what they wanted. So you've got the hangar, you've got the torpedoes, you've got the big guns, and so there's so many systems on the ship that it's too diversified, it's too spread out, because they had too many different groups putting in the things they needed to make that ship ideal. So it's designed as the headquarters, or the headquarters, not headquarters, the headquarters for local planetary militias. It's built as the Navy corvette. It's built so it's juggling too many hats, and I could see variants of I could actually see variants of the Polaris coming just to leverage more into that role for different things. But that's me going into crazy town. And yes, Bob, come on in. Come and join.
Wait, I can now only see Algared as this. Hang on, I gotta find it. You'll laugh when you say it. Do you remember this dude? Oh wait, come on. There's gotta be a better photo than that. Open image in new tab. Right, there is it. No, come on. Why do you take till I do the image? No, just give me the image. This dude. I think his name was Wilson. This is all I see Algared now is when he said the hedge. The headquarters.
The headquarters, yep. Yep. I don't wear a bucket hat though.
But I just see Algared with the hedge, and he's like, "Yeah, hey neighbor," and he's just like, "I'm just doing the headquarters." Anyway.
Yep.
No, all right. Bob's is going to be in a minute. Gotta set dog out. We're not going to have a long left. We've got a couple of questions to go into. A couple of questions while I wait for Bob's.
No, we've got a page and a bit, I think.
All right, then. Go ahead.
We've got a few. I've got to find where I am now because I just scrolled down to find how many questions we have.
Went through for you, and instead of you ticking all the bot questions, I just deleted them. Isn't that neater?
Yeah, well, I'd already clicked all the bot questions.
No, you hadn't.
I just scrolled down a pile.
I'm telling you, all the ones have been deleted. It was about a page, but by deleting them all, now it's half a page. So yeah, in the future, probably delete them instead of ticking them, because then also makes it easier to find the questions. Then all spread out. Makes sense.
Delete them.
Makes sense, doesn't it? You click the 3 dots on the end and go delete message.
So we can. Oh well, there you go.
Yeah, I've given you the power. Yeah.
Yep.
And out of curiosity, I know some people have asked about it, but have you guys checked out the new sneak peek image?
Yes, we have.
We have.
We'll go back and do it with you while you're here, so we can get your take if you want.
That's okay. I'm just curious if you analyzed.
Well, what came out of this for you, and then we'll tell you what, as a community, we came out of it. So you tell us your thoughts, and then we'll tell you what we came up with.
Well, I am completely naive to the mole. I can't even remember the last time I saw it in game, so I don't know where I'm looking. But I'm assuming what I'm seeing here is an element unique to this variant, and I was thinking this was disintegrators, but maybe I'm completely wrong.
Algared,
I'm ready to be wrong.
Yeah, you tell him, Algared. What are we seeing here? That's in the special element. They're the claws. There's 2 claws, not 1, right? And you can tell it's in the hangar because Algared's head there, if you read the text, it basically works out to be freight elevator on a hangar behind him, right? And it's clearly in a aero view hangar. But if there's 2 claws, that puts the naming likelihood of, because I did a search, right, based on an AI search, based on an Argo ship, based on the name of the mole and a 4-letter acronym being an animal. And I said, come tell me what it would be. And the second one that I've been telling people was the vole. The number 1 pick, knowing it's now got 2 claws, was the crab. I give you the Argo crab. If this is not the Argo crab, I would be so fucking surprised because it's got 2 claws. I just can't unsee it now.
The Argo lobster.
They better not disappoint with the acronym, and it better be a good one that fits the Argo family there. No, looks cool. Again, I really wasn't super excited about this ship because it's not what I wanted my larger salvage ship to be based off of, but I gotta say,
I agree.
The more I'm seeing in the sneak peeks, I'm at least getting interested in it now, and very excited to see what they've done with it, and maybe there's according to the monthly report, the listing for this ship, which I think is still listed as like unannounced ship, they do reference that additional changes and updates were made to the variant it's based off. So I imagine the mole will get appropriate, and this may be good for both ships. You know what I mean? So I'm withholding judgment until I see it.
Well, the other thing that Algared came up with, see if I can find it, was, so this is an old version of the raft, right? But you know how the new version's got that cargo bed?
That bank.
Yeah. Algared's idea was you take off the pods off the mole and essentially put like a raft-like bed underneath the mole.
And it just spits out the boxes
So you could literally have a little extra box here, and it just spits them out onto the bottom of the raft bed. I agree with that.
I like that a lot.
And you know where you've got the ladder here? If you turn the ladder into an elevator, that gives you a new entry point. Because obviously, if the cargo is going on back here, it cuts the elevator off. So if you move the elevator here, that would make sense to me.
I like that a lot. Yeah, that's a great idea. I hope they do that.
Yeah. The other thing is, if you go to the previous sneak peek, which was this one, this is those side panels. So if I go to this one, that side panel is where the arm's coming out of. So what I'm envisioning is they are kind of like remote operated cores from the 2 operators when they're up. When you deploy them and go down, you kind of leave the claws behind and you become scraper operators.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm envisioning it going. Now, I could be completely incorrect, but again, I'm only going based off the way the mole operates, and it does animate down in that Shippermon thing. But there are obviously things in that we couldn't see. Like we couldn't even see the second claw, as an example. And what does this first pod still do on the crab? Sorry, I'm having to unvol myself, so that's why I stutter there. But my brain goes to, it's still a scraper like the other 2, but it also probably has a tractor beam, where the other 2 on the sides probably are just scrapers, and then they go off and they're claw operators, giving this middle bottom seat a unique functionality. Could be absolutely wrong. There's no proof I've got on that. I'm just thinking of what's on the reclaimer and how could you roll that back onto this. And
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Or have that middle one totally disappeared.
I think you can see it in the thing as it rotates, but I wouldn't rule it out either. Like if I'm seeing something that's not there, it could just be gone. Who knows? But I do think you can also see it in this image, not that one. Did you see that?
In that kind of...
Did you see that image, by the way? Yeah.
And I'm glad you had it up.
Yeah, down here. I think that might be the middle pod. No, I'm going to... So when I go to thing... Someone made this today. I'm going to put that on the T-shirt and wear it to the Atmo Esports.
I do like the caption that someone put in there. When Hurston brings out the guns.
Yeah. And my aim is not to degrade Algared, but to get a laugh out of Sandy, because I reckon she will get that and laugh. Anyway, we'll see. See what happens. But I think Daft made that, by the way.
Yeah.
Daft
when the Hurstons bring out the guns,
yeah.
Looks good with hair and without.
Yeah, did he send both to you as well?
Much like me.
He sent me both. He sent me one with hair and without. I just thought it looked better with hair because he kind of looks like Hulk Hogan. Yeah. You had one without hair, Algared, as well, so he had both. But I like the hair one. You know, I could have been more insulting and got the non-hair one, but it's also like younger old man Hurston too, before he became old man Hurston. Yeah. Can you imagine Algared like that back in like his high school days? Lady killer.
Hey, I'm bald now, and back in the day, I had shoulder length hair. Like I had long hair. Yeah.
I had long hair at one point too. Yeah.
There was one photo somewhere with me with a mullet.
Pete said it's the Hurston Gun Show, November '88.
I did once have a mullet. I have to agree. I have to admit.
All right, next question.
I do believe there's still a photo somewhere, but I don't know where it is. Thank God.
We'll have to get Bop's opinion on that one when he comes back in.
So Pittsburgh Play going down. Sergeant Perry, privateer. For privateer, will I have shops? I think the question is, if I buy something off your ship, what is stopping me from breaching the cockpit bridge after to steal the whole ship? That's the same type of question with the merchantman. Same type of question with, any ship that you're doing stuff.
And CIG's broached that before, specifically with those two ships, the privateer and the merchantman. They've had some blurbs about, while not going into details, they've talked about security measures.
Well, they even talked about it with the Crucible. One of the advantages of the Crucible is the fact that it's got lots of egress points, so you can actually get to the ship you're repairing. The downside of that is that the Idris have lots of the Crucible has lots of
Wouldn't it even be simpler than that? Like in a shopping mall, you can lock up your own shop within the shopping mall.
Yep.
So you just close up your shop front at the end of the day, and it's somewhat secure. So it's like a bit of an onion. There's multiple layers. Like there's breaking into the ship, but then there's breaking into the shop.
There's breaking into the ship to go to the shop, and then breaking into the ship where the bridge is to take over the shop. And I think part of the answer is what they originally planned with the Liberator, where the Liberator literally had that crew section and the passenger section, and they were locked off.
I think this brings up more questions like, tell me about your secret criminal past. Like, I think I start to understand where this photo comes from now. But right.
Yeah.
Next question.
I'll just say I have been to Long Bay.
Oof. Right. Next one. It would be so kind.
Go on, going down, scrolling down. Okay. Scrolling down. D, I think we answered that question before. Actually, I don't think we did. This is from D28 3WY3Q. If the Ironclad is a big ship at the Invictus launch week, what are the small and medium? A small Greys and a medium Kruger? Possible. I'd love to see a medium Kruger.
Good question.
Is a medium fighter the Stingray? Would that be a medium ship?
I'm thinking it's a medium ship.
With an interior.
So at the moment, we're seeing a trend, right? They're clearly doing military luxury, right?
Yeah.
What it becomes is that their only thing? kind of like a little bit of like what you and I talked about earlier today when we were talking about the mole and the crab. And you were kind of going, oh, to me, mining is outside the purview of
Argo.
And I said, well, clearly we're now starting to see that the other side of Argo, much like Origin has another whole commercial side, the question quickly becomes is there another side to Kruger? Are they just luxury combat, or are they luxury anything else, right? And so is it a medium fighter? But like you whose stream it was? I think it was Bop's stream or whatever. We went back through, was it last week, Algared? We went through the other Kruger ships. We pulled them up, and you can see the other silhouettes. And I'll do it now.
Well, it was last week.
Yeah. Kruger. What was it? What was the name of that ship? The not the Merlin, the Wolf. Kruger. I've got a band on my finger. It makes it really hard to type. Wolf Concepts. Star Citizen. Oh god, I keep hitting the wrong. I keep hitting the wrong keys. EN, and then if I bring this up.
All right, and first time shout out before you go any further.
Yeah.
Logo Prime Gaming on Twitch says Wilson, Heidi ho neighbor.
Yeah.
And then we also have a first time shout out in Great Unate, and they say I can't believe I didn't do a follow when I was in F my F.
Oh, that's all good now. Look, long story short, to make this real brief from last week, if you kind of look at A and C, they are clearly much smaller than the other ships. And we've seen this before when they do concepts. We see other concept ships, like the Sulian was actually one of the concepts of the Raelian, right? And we've seen it in other ones as well, because you can clearly look at like the head of a Stingray. You can see that a little bit in B. You know, and you might have said a little bit in C. So you can quickly start to kind of think of it. The Stingray might have, because of the shape of a Stingray, does that have somewhat a part of the appeal of the shape of the ship? And I think it does. I really do think it's going to lean into the Manta looking look quite a bit. Now, does that make it a fighter? Does that make it a little bit bigger? And it's a bit like, does it become a little bit more luxurious? Is it a more, like you said, Algared, like a Queen Amidala transport ship type of thing? Is it a tiny little VIP transport? We don't know, because there's not enough information on what Kruger does. The only baseline we have is luxury combat, so that is where the safe place to aim is. But at some point, I think we'd all agree they may step outside that purview.
Yep.
And it's how long is this piece of string question again, isn't it, Algared?
Yep.
And Grim.
Yep. And yes, Donnie. Yes, Donnie, that was a CIG developer depicted as a gold.
Yes, it was. That was Ben. God,
Curtis.
Grim talks to Ben more than I do. A lot more than I do. I don't think I've talked to Ben in a while. But yeah.
Lucky bastard.
Chatted with him in a long while, and it's usually just through X or something. I think he's pretty busy. I think he's pretty busy.
He's pretty busy.
They tend to be pretty busy.
Yeah.
But they're very friendly when you sit down and talk to them. Anyway.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, they're very awesome.
Moving down.
I would just add this to what you were saying though, Algared, about the other manufacturers. I mean, I think this year too. Again, expect CIG to do things differently. I mean, who knows how many ships will come at Invictus. I still feel like kind of like all bets are off to some degree in terms of trying to like predict CIG when it comes to ships now. So I mean, we could get the standard sort of 3 sizes at Invictus. They may go crazy and we get 8 ships. It's really all over the place. I don't really know.
Even looking at the monthly report, there are 6 unannounced ships or vehicles coming. So there are 5 in the European area and 1 in the North American area, which are being worked on.
Yeah.
And that's excluding ships like the Kraken, the Ironclad, the Command Module, the Raelin, the hull be. So that's another 5. So that's at least 11 ships that we know are coming. 11 ships or vehicles we know are coming. Oh, and the UTV, that's 12. So we know there's 12 minimum coming based on what the monthly report told us.
The other one, I did say this at the start stream, but this is for Grim's benefit. Did you hear in the thing yesterday where he talked about, he said next week there's a video coming for the crab, and they said, but after that we've got 4 coming in succession. So like shortly after that, so probably like 1 or 2 weeks, and then you literally get 4. That's got to be for like Invictus or something like that. But 4 in rapid succession is insane. That's like 4 in a month.
Yeah,
it's crazy. So we got a lot of new ships coming.
If they're doing a video, is that kind of like if they're doing a video announcing the ship? Is that kind of their new, instead of doing the concept, they're telling us where it's going, and that's where they're hoping to get a bit of feedback?
Well, all the ones they've done previously is just as the ship comes out.
Yep.
So I have to, and again, listening to the context of what he said that the you know, there's a video for the crab coming. He didn't say crab, but I'm using the word crab because I'm hoping, but I'm completely convinced it's going to be called the crab now. The crab next week, and then therefore in rapid succession. So I have to assume that there is more ships coming, and it's videos for their releases. Knowing there are, what was it, 27 Grim that they said they were coming this year?
Yeah.
So like that's that's
quite
like,
a bit.
I think we worked it out. It was like 1 per month and then 5 per sale. And assuming that there's a third sale there, or those last 5 are split up over multiple special sales, like Valentine's Day or whatever, you know.
And that monthly report, the number of ships they listed there kind of fits in with that kind of counting and figuring. So
Right.
So
a few more questions to go. Not many more left now. Right.
Kazumi. I'm not even going to try and Ako Amakazumi. Yeah. Anyone know anything about Saber Raven or any of the variants? Yes, the Saber Raven is a very, very limited ship. It was sold as the ship with the Optane SSD card from Intel. So it's linked to the Intel sale. It is a ship that it has EMPs and some small weapons, and was also a very small data runner. So it was basically a scout ship. The idea of the
other variants are basically a racer and a missile variant. You can look them up on the website. They're readily available to find, or you can just go Star Citizen Wiki and then put the name of the ship, and that'll give you all the details you need.
But they're basically variants of a Saber, and the Raven was kind of stealth. It was, and the idea, because it was sold with the SSD, the idea of it was quiet, secure data transfer was kind of the or information gathering. That was kind of the idea that loaned into the Raven. So yeah. All
right, Darth Hollister says, do you think we'll get a capital ship that can carry the Valkyrie and the Asgard? Maybe a capital ship from Anvil? I'd probably say that's the Bengal, knowing the Bengal can carry retaliators. I have to assume it's going to fit those on it.
I would agree.
And, you know, I wouldn't rule out other big ships coming that can go into game, like the Bengal, but from other manufacturers as we go through Squadron. Seems to make sense to me. Anything else you want to add there, Algared?
Nope. Kragan.
Yeah, go for it.
Says, sorry if I missed the conversation earlier, but any thoughts on the new ships' prices compared to the mold?
Well, me and Algared talked about this last week. We both said 330 at the time, but now I've had some more time to reflect on it. Looking at what they did with the Asgard, the Prowler utility, and stuff like that. I'm actually going cheaper, Algared. I'm thinking it might be 275 in that ballpark now, because that's kind of like smack bang, or 280. It's like smack bang between the Vulture and the Reclaimer.
I could see that. I could but based on my question is price depend. I think depend partly on whether it does the paladin type treatment, whether it grows in size.
So,
but
did either of you know? And I don't know if there is an easy answer to this. I don't know the answer, but is salvage or mining? Which one is quicker and easier to make money with? Do we know?
Let me explain that in a second.
Scale?
But my math on the calculator, if you guys can see, because the other guys, like the audience can't see, is 287 and 50 cents. 285, bang in the middle, or they may get 290. Somewhere in there. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
I could see that based on that math, yeah.
So gameplay wise, right? So
gameplay wise, what's the more valuable ship gameplay wise?
So one requires more work, but it's easier to get, and you get more materials. So if you think about how mining works, you're extracting solid ore out of the ground. You refine it, and then it turns into an end product. Salvage, you are collecting multiple materials, not just ore. You could eventually be able to probably even collect organics, liquids and gas, but then you have to sort it, potentially refine the metals, and they get turned into the metal products. But then we don't even know what liquid refinement requires. You know what I mean? Like certain liquids are going to need do they just need sorting? Do they need purification? Like there's other processes. Like, so if the refining's a process, what are these other processes? We don't know.
Yep.
Can you use a refining to process? Well, some liquids and gases will work. Some liquids and gases will turn into a solid. Other liquids and you see where I'm going, right? It makes it rather complicated. So we've only got half the stuff, right? But the advantage of the salvage is you're getting all of them. You've got to do extra processes to get there, but you're getting more materials or variety of materials, where when you're going through just mining, you're just getting the solid ores.
I did see in the monthly report regarding on, I think it was the missions section, they were talking about changes to salvage where the missions actually factor more into gathering the components, weapons, as well as the other bits and pieces.
Well, that's another thing, Algared. Like what we talked. That's coming with the crab, isn't it? More advanced salvage stuff. So every tier of salvage we go up, we're going to know more and more information. So again, you've only got a short time to wait, Grim, and you'll probably see a little bit more where it's going.
And I can see that because, like, when I started doing salvage, I was originally going to do salvage in a solo salvage in a vulture because I was by myself. And I very quickly stopped doing it because you couldn't take all the stuff you could find. You couldn't fit a size 9 torpedo in the back if you're salvaging an Eclipse.
Well, you start to see how the Reclaimer makes sense for the final end game now, not where it is. So once you bring all that,
use the Reclaimer.
Once you bring all that sorting back in, plastics over, it's like when you do your recycling. Because I don't know if you guys do it in America or the up over or whatever. Grim, do you do recycling now or not? In your home, do you do home recycling?
Yeah.
So we have here in Australia, we have a recycling bin. We have a normal bin, and some of them even have an organics bin. But if you go into it where you do recycling, so when you drop it off at the tip, there's a recycling area, and you go plastics here, metals here, blah, 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 blah. It's going to be someone like that. And that's how I also detected that bin in the back of the Odyssey. That's another story, right? So that's the thing that gave me the idea. But long story short, when you're in the back of that Reclaimer sorting stuff, that's going to be a full-time job. Metals over here, plastics over here, liquids over here, and then if that's just all the liquids, then you've got another guy that sorts out all the liquids. So you're going to have quite a collection of shit when you go through. Like a Reclaimer breaks down a ship. It is essentially taking a ship and breaking it back down to its all core components. So you're getting a variety of a shit, as opposed to, well, look at mining. You go out and mine a rock, you can. What do you get out of a base rock now? I think I've seen 5 different materials out of a rock at most now, but there's some rocks they only have 2 mounts. It's a bit random, right? So you can tailor just copper, and you just like by the same token, can Algared sit there and me and Algared are only after plastic today, so we're just collecting the plastic and we're just spacing. Algared's just spacing all the metal out the back. We don't need it. You see where it comes. You can see where the gameplay comes in, can't you? Very quickly. You know, can you pick and choose? Like, oh, okay, well, we're just getting the components today. Oh, well, I want the military components, but stuff the civilian ones because they're not worth it.
Bastion just says, I've got to read his comment. He's going, glass, metal, xenomorph, metal, glass.
But that's what you're going to do. You're going to pick a scavenger picks the cream of the crop. They just eat what they need and don't, you know, there's always a corpse left behind.
Yep.
Are you going to consume the entire ship? Well, in a reclaimer, I think you are, because it's quantity versus quality, where the vulture's going to come in and it's just going to take the best bits.
And when I was in the vulture, I could only scrape it, or I could take a component or two. And I hated that. I hated leaving stuff behind. So I started taking out the reclaimer, and I'd take everything. I'd take the weapons off. I'd take the components out. I'd strip the ship down. I'd do everything else. But you'll also remember back in the day, they talked about taking the fuel off a wrecked ship. So siphoning off the fuel, because you don't want to be crunching up stuff that's going to go boom. And so...
Sorry, you know when he was saying glass, metal, xenomorphs, it reminds me of that episode of Futurama, and he's sorting the bottles and someone distracts him in like an eye, a head and a hand. Just go past in the bottle thing. He misses all the ones he's meant to grab. Anyway, sorry.
Morning. Oh. I had a question.
Yeah, hey, boss.
Because I missed the start of the stream because I was doing something with my dog. Did you guys... I know. Did you talk about what we talked about with the size of the manufacturer on the bottom of the new Argo crab, I think you're calling it now? How we discussed the 1x2 and 2x2.
No, I did not, but I did talk about that on Grimm's stream. I did talk about that, so we can talk about it now. What he's referring to for Algared's benefit is, if you think about the Vulture, the Fortune, and the Salvation, the boxes that
are... out 1 SCUs,
No, a 1x1. The size of the box. So again, if you print out a 16 size SCU box, it's the same as an 8 SCU box, because it's 2x2. The butthole, as Grim Bops keeps referring to it, right?
Correct,
so its butthole is a 4x4. The butthole on the Vulture is a 1x1. Could you do something really unique on this ship and do a 2x1 or a 1x2? Maybe. Maybe.
I can see that.
Right, and it makes it have a unique, you know, can you do you make that a weird thing to do with the crab, that all its boxes are a 2x1, so you've got to sort them sideways, so then when you take them onto other cargo ships, they become this little Tetris thing you got to work out. I don't know. My brain
just helps with room on the back of the Argo crab, right? Because it's not a huge ship. It's going to have a lot of its space taken up, a lot of by the components, right? The tanks to store the salvage in, etc. So it's not. I don't think it's going to have room for like big, tough 2x2 8 SCU boxes. I don't realistically see a way you can get more than say 4 on the back of it.
Hang on, I've got to explain something from the stupid person in the audience. Pissball Pete. I'm not talking about a 2 SCU box. I'm talking about a 4 SCU box. Now think about that in a 2x1 scenario. Yes, you can technically do a 2 SCU through a 2x1, but we're talking about the size of the hole, not the size of the box, right? So you can fit a 4 SCU through a 2x1. I think he may have it now if I've just explained it properly. Sorry if I didn't explain it clearly. I did say it was the size of the hole, not the size of the box. Ratio still applies.
I mean, still though, the bigger whatever size the hole is, it will accommodate any configuration of box that can.
I keep going.
Choosing my words carefully. Extract from that hole.
I just keep coming back to the 2x2 though, because it makes the most sense for to get rid of that weird verticality issue, and it's just easier to stack for a ship of that size. So I keep coming back. I think everything that Bops said on his stream when we talked was completely valid. I actually even kind of like the idea, but CIG tend to take the simplest path, and the simplest path is just a 2x2. Because if you have a 1x1, then you got to sit there and manually stack. Like, it's too many SCU, right? So it becomes an entity count problem.
Yeah, it's not 1x1.
It's an entity count problem, right? You go to 2x1, it's interesting, but it creates all these stacking problems. So therefore, it's got to be 2x2. Like, it just
given that these small one-person ships have all got that 1x1 and they're all very small in their cargo capacity. a ship has got multi-crew, which clearly has to have larger capacity, especially if it's sitting between the reclaimer and the other ships. Does need to have that, and I think that having larger boxes makes sense. I think it'll come out.
You see the math?
Put onto a
cargo
pad.
So I just did the math there. I went 100 SCU, which is I think it's 96 on the mole, right? So let's just say it's 100 SCU, or it's around 100. Divide it by 8, you get 12 boxes on this thing. Well, it's 12 and a half, but I'm going to cut it down to 12. So 12 8 CU. What's 12? Clear. 12 times 8 equals, that's 96 SCU. Oh God, I'm a genius, right? That sounds like Providence to me. I don't know if that's the same for you boys, but that makes sense to me.
Yeah, if it ain't broke.
Yeah.
Now, here's a question for you, Grim.
Yeah.
If you were taking that kind of a flatbed of a raft, S-type thing for that ship, would 8, what was it? 12, 8 SCU boxes fit snugly in there?
8 12 SCU boxes, yes.
It does seem tight. I don't know. That may be something good to measure. I mean, one thing I think we need to remember too with these salvage ships is the buffer. I don't know if CIG is
I was about to get to that.
Remember with the math, but that it probably sounds like it'd be tight, to be quite honest with you.
Remember when I was talking about the variety of cargo coming out of salvage ships in the final end game? So realistically, you want to have 8 SCU cargo boxes, but you'd also want to have a 1x1 SCU boxes. Like if I've got a little bit of fuel, but then I've got a lot of chunks, right? And the other advantage of the 4x4 is you could literally print a 16 SCU box if you really needed to as well.
I would also expect, picking up that idea, I would expect the medium-sized ship that's in between the others and the reclaimer to kind of have what the reclaimer has. And when you're printing boxes in the reclaimer, you can go, I only want a 1, I want a 3, I want a...
And that's a lot of the problem. That's a lot of the problem we have now, though, don't we? You are getting these bigger things. We have to wait and see how it's going to turn out. But
to me, the question will be because the mole, I think, is what that's 96 SCU of mining materials, right? So if CIG is going for parity between the two variants, then the question becomes, does the parity include the buffer or not include the buffer, essentially?
I've just realized something now, good. Remember when we were doing the video and it was chunks, scraps, and powder, but they all turned into construction material? So does that mean it's the same thing and they reduce the versatility of the outcomings? You know, I was talking about how there's like 10 different versions of fuel. What if it's just 3 different types of liquid, like thick, and thicker? I don't know, make up the 3, but they all turn back into one kind of construction liquid or a variant thereof. And that makes a lot more sense now.
So I sent you the bottom view of it. I mean, just looking at the bottom view of the mole, and I sent you the image.
Scrolling down.
It's kind of a small area. I don't know. I feel like, it's going to have to utilize the buffer and really as part of that equation.
Well, they're equivalent to 8 SCU cargo boxes right there, on the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, again,
it was,
maybe it doesn't even need a different entrance. So you could just use the same one. Essentially, all you need somewhere is to have these things pop out.
And if this is get the paladin treatment, so it's larger.
Do you does it grow a little? Do you put, move this back a bit and have the pop out thing here? Do you move the lift a bit this way and have another lift here? There's so many different ways you could work it out, couldn't you?
Yeah, and again, that's one of my biggest thing. Well, it's one of the things I'm most curious about. It's from what CIG has said in the monthly reports. This sounds like a variant and not a new hull, but it's hard to know sometimes because it's how CIG's language can be, but it's hard to know.
And you turn the entire cargo grid sideways and it goes from left to right, but it's still 96 SCU. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many different ways you could. Is it even bigger again? And it's literally like 200 SCU. Who knows?
When considering one thing to consider and I do think this will have an impact on this ship, is that when CIG does do these type of variants, a lot of times the stuff they don't change is the real pain in the ass stuff I've noticed. So, for example, landing gears hardly ever change. So the landing gear locations are probably exactly what they are from the mole. So take that into account too. And so whatever they do, they probably will have to work around that. In terms of whatever that undercarriage storage is. So,
it makes it difficult because, the landing gear stuff I think is because that there's a lot of polygons in landing gear, and also from back in the day when you have animation frames, by sharing the same animation frames, it lowers memory requirements. So what I mean by that, the bipeds. Do you still use bipeds these days? It's been a while since I've done this stuff.
I haven't, no.
So you know the little kind of animation skeleton they put inside people. They used to be called bipeds. Do you guys still use those or not?
I mean, I just refer to it as rig, but
rig. But they're originally called bipeds. Essentially, So the rigs are what use a lot of the memory. So they try to reuse the rig as much as possible. So what I'd almost expect is they would have multiple animation. Like a rig that can do multiple animations, and they use them in different places. But then they could have that animation one on an Aegis ship, and then that same animation leg on an Argo ship. So I think they've just made a bunch of different feet, and then they just changed the texture and style and the 3D model, because it's the memory was often eaten up by the what I call the biped, or what you call the rig. It's the same thing. I was just trying to get the definition through, because clearly it sounds like it's changed since I did it.
But here's a question, just to throw a spanner into the works and just see. I basically just want to gauge your reactions. Really, could it be Grace Market?
I actually brought this up a couple of weeks ago. Someone brought it up as a question today.
Okay.
But I think
my thought is no.
From
what we've seen in the sneak peeks.
This one here. Hang on. Because it literally says Argo.
Oh no, it's not. Okay, I didn't see the sneak peek. Okay, it's definitely Argo then.
So that's last week's sneak peek.
Yeah.
And that's this week. It's not even a sticker; it's embossed into it.
And there's still a number of quote unquote Grays Market ships that we've seen from Squadron, if you want to call them, that still have yet to come. So I think they still have a decent amount of Grays ships.
And that's why we're calling it the crab, by the way, Bops, because it's got 2 claws. And when I went through
looks like it's got 2 claws,
when I went through the AI thing, the vol was second, but I ruled out the name crab because I thought it was stupid to have crab with only 1 claw. Now there's 2 claws, I just can't unsee it.
I'm pretty excited for. I said this on my stream to you. I'm pretty excited for the prospect of new Argo ships. And you guys know that I don't necessarily engage with supply line gameplay as much, but I love Argo's design is magical, man. It's
remember what I actually said that, didn't I? He did. He something along the lines of I said. I heard it differently the first time, but you kind of said it like it was the most. Not the most correct. I can't remember the word you used, but something about the manufacturer is the most realistic or realized. Is that what it was? I didn't use the same words because I couldn't quite remember what you said, but it was along the words to that effect.
You look through all the other manufacturers, and there's some that I would say that are as equally realized in their like thematic design, but what they are might be a little bit less interesting. Like an Anvil ship when you see it, right? Aegis is a little bit motley. You can't tell an Aegis quite so well. You've got your origins, which are easily identifiable, but Argo just screams that it is industrial. It screams that it is varied in its use, that it's utilitarian, and it just is. Everything about it is so real. I just love Argo ships. I love them so much. They're super, super cool. Where's my Argo fighter?
There's my second favorite manufacturer. Great, not great. Kruger being my favorite.
Yeah, Kruger's great. Yeah, Kruger's awesome.
I'd still love to see Argo on a larger capital scale. That's something I'm really excited for in the future.
I think we're definitely going to get it. I think you're at least. We asked Ben and John this. Correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, but we basically said the question was similar to that, but their answer was essentially you would expect to see 1 large capital from each manufacturer. That was the answer that I remember. Is that what you remember?
That was pretty much it. Yeah, that was pretty much what I recall.
I can tell you what I'd love to see from Argo though on the capital scale, if they're going to do something different with Argo than they do with the other manufacturers. You know, we're getting the space stations. That's all well and good. I would love for Argo capital ships to be more like mobile platforms. So, like, maybe they sell an industrial or like a mining platform. It's technically a ship. You can fly it and move it around, but it's more like a space, like a barge space station that services others.
So let me ask you this then. So you mentioned the oil rig, right? So you can obviously see a large mining ship. One of the underground surface miners by Argo works as well. But the other two I put out there is a bigger Starfarer. So the ship that I called the Nebula, which was the gas collection ship, because that's still a thing. And the other one that I can see there is a capital refinery ship. Any of those would work for Argo. And by the way, I have ships earmarked for those 3 ships in capital form, knowing that they're going to be a thing because of the grid they talked about.
Yeah, and a good reference for that would be like the original Nostromo from Alien, where it's like there's a big component that the ship disconnects to, and maybe that's like command module tech. I'm just saying, but just, you know, just like something like that from like seems perfect for Argo.
The one thing I'd say against the factory platform type ship is that is very much the Orion. Because that is a mining platform.
True. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, and that's why I pivoted it across and went to
one of the other.
Well, we don't have the Arastra equivalent of surface mining at Algared.
Yep.
It would be a large. It wouldn't be a capital. Sorry, my bad. You were right.
We don't have.
You're right. It wouldn't
don't have the. Finish your fault.
Well, I was just going to say because if it's not mining, because you're right, it's the Orion. Therefore, it would leave refining and the Nebula thing left. So my next question, which is the next step that I want to ask about, I don't want to use my middle finger, but so I'll put that one down. I almost did that, but I did that. Right. Is what would the other manufacturer be? Because we've got a Drake ship, we've got a Misk ship that's a capital. What's the other industrial? And Consolidate Outland's got the Pioneer, so that's out. Is it Crusader? Would Crusader do an industrial refinery or an industrial nebula?
I mean, they already are in Orison, right? In the gas clouds of Orison. So they're using that for something somewhere. They could tie it in.
They've got the levitating platforms. I know. I put it to Algared. Algared's the law guy here. So what would be out of those two? What would they pick?
I was thinking that Orison would pick, not Orison, but Crusader would do the gas miner because they're sitting above a gas giant already. So they'd already be.
So that leaves a capital refiner for Argo. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see that.
Probably see that. We'll see. I think that could be possible. Well, what else would it be?
Gents, but have a great rest of your show. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Yeah. See you, Grim. Nice to see you, man.
Bye, guys.
See you, Grim.
I can't see any other manufacturer for a capital ship that doesn't have one than Crusader. Can you see any other?
Grey Cat.
Oh, I don't. But I don't think Grey Cat's a premium manufacturer.
No, I even though they do have a long history, I don't see. I'd see them more being more because they are basically mining. I would. Is there any?
Is there any other that doesn't have a capital ship? Because the reason I'm saying capital is you've essentially got the Odyssey and the Endeavour. So Misk is out. I'm just trying to think of one that doesn't have one. Is there any other?
Kruger don't, but I don't see them getting one.
No, I agree.
Because I think they're too
new, too small.
They're too niche. They're too new into the shipbuilding.
Aegis has got the Javelin as well. So the Aegis has got a couple of them as well. I'm just trying to think of one that doesn't have any, and the only one I can think of is Crusader right now.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Any capital ship.
I think Crusader and Crusader, Anvil, and Kruger would not Kruger. The 3.
Anvil's got.
But we expect.
Yeah, right. Anvil's got
expect that Anvil.
Carrick and Liberator are not capital. So
and we expect. Yeah. And we expect that to be the one which is so-called the capital ship being built at McArthur shipyards. But, So I could see.
What about
those two being.
What about the alien brands? Sorry to interject.
Absolutely, that could be a thing. But one of the things we've long suspected though is you're not going to see a big selection of alien ships until they get their expansions. You're only really seeing alien ships for the human market. So to give an example, let's look at let's just pick one. The Santoki Eye. They are built for a human-sized frame, and therefore when they brought out a Zion one, it would probably be a physically smaller ship, right? And by the same token, if you look at the Banu, the way they're getting around that is the Banu are much taller, but you'll notice their seats hover, so they can change the height of the seats. And they do that with a lot of the alien ships because then they can just adjust the seat on the fly. Instead of having a mechanical arm that goes up and down, they just have a hover seat. Yeah.
And the other alien race they can get around very easily is the Tavaran, because they're basically human-sized.
Absolutely.
So their ships are just a straight crossover.
Yeah.
The difference is that they've been absorbed into the Empire.
It was a little bit why the Vandal laid down as well, because when you lay down, it really doesn't matter how far back your legs go. So again, that may or may not happen in the future. We'll have to wait and see how theirs ones shake out.
Yeah.
The only reason I bring it up is obviously you guys have watched the Squadron 42 trailer and trailers as much as I have, and there's that scene. There's a couple of scenes of the main character walking through Gaddic ships. Obviously, there's the wreck in the background in one scene. Another scene where he's walking through a low grav area, and they've already begun to cannibalize some of the stuff from Squadron 42 and bring it across over into Star Citizen, as we know that they would. So what's to say they wouldn't take whatever, because obviously they've done something with a large Gaddic vessel, take whatever that vessel is and bring it over and into Star Citizen.
Right, we've got any questions left, Algared?
We do.
Right. Let's wrap this up because we've almost got an hour over time.
Yep. The crude. If you use the Ironclad as a mini carrier, what ships or vehicles would you use? For me, I'd use the Salvation, Medical Ursa, and maybe a light fighter.
Don't think you'd fit that many in the Ironclad personally. To give an example, you can't fit a Vulture in it unless you're really stuff around with it, but you can fit a Prospector. So you're really looking at a small landing pad. So we're talking like S2, but technically a Vulture starts to go into a medium pad, so that's why you start to have those issues. But it's not really designed for ships. It is really, especially the Ironclad Assault, it is a vehicle transport, but it carries 6 like large vehicles, so that just kind of, it's like 3 times the Hercules.
So he said Salvation. That's the little.
You could probably fit them in, but again, you got to remember it's a cargo grid. It's not like you're not going to really have the repair facilities, because again, look at the fabricator on the Clipper, and I'll give you this example. They made the consolidation of that is a medium-sized ship, like it's similar in size to a Cutlass, right? But it only has a size 1 fabricator, so all the components for that ship, the consolidation, is they're literally the size of components that go in like fighters and stuff and starter ships. Now, take that again to the fabricator and the Ironclad Assaults. It's meant to be for vehicles, which are all size 0. So that means you can't make size 1 components, which the ships would need. So therefore, it rules out I'm going to lie it in my Ironclad Assault and repair my. You might be able to do some hand repair, but you're not going to be able to make new components like you can for the tanks and the other vehicles.
Yep.
So I did say there was a catch, and I just didn't know what the catch was yet when the Ironclad Assault came out. Now we've seen the fabricators come out. I did say that though, didn't I, Algared? Way back in the beginning. You did. I said I just don't know what it is yet.
And when the Clipper came out and we were talking, but it just made it seemed to us to be blatantly obvious. The Clipper can do size 1, size 0 because you can make stuff smaller. But if you've only got a size 0 fabricator, you can only make size 0 parts, which means yes, you can have other ships in there in your
ironically
on your cargo grid.
Ironically, Algared, you could have a Clipper rock up next to your Ironclad Assault and just make all the components for you. You could.
Yeah, you could.
Because then they'd fit in the ships.
But you could have you could make the size 0 components, but you wouldn't be able to do the size 1 components.
I
Can you
wonder,
repair by hand? Absolutely.
Fox, how appealing is that for you to have a clipper as now part of your little fleet of friends that go out and they make the components for the broken fighters?
And
I can see that.
to not,
I can
anything
see
to not
that.
be inside a damn Venturous. Can I ask this though? Because
Yeah.
I'm someone who's like, obviously I visually like the Ironclad, but the minute I saw it, I sort of put it in a box of not for me. It was never sold as a carrier. It was sold as a cargo ship. The Assault being a ground deploying ship. So I think people
make assumptions though, man. And for a long time there was this whole thing about can it fits it sits, right?
I was about to say, there's that fits it sits mentality with things like the Caterpillar where you put Furies into it and that sort of stuff. But if you think that you're going to be until we know what kind of manufacturing machines we can take out with this. So obviously we've seen the first manufacturing machine in Eva Cardi, that thing that prints the size 1 boxes or whatever. Until we know what machine we can lock onto its grid to continuously produce parts, you need to assume that it's only going to be for ground operations. And you might be able to, if it fits it, sits it, which everyone will, because that's what Star Citizen is all about. But don't buy it thinking it will be your aircraft carrier, is all my point.
Don't.
I got a really quick question for you, Algared. Does the 85X have any like smaller components in it, like size 0 or anything like that?
Not from memory.
Not from memory. Because I was trying to sit there and go, I was trying, like, again, still that vagueness there. I'm going to the 890 jump, right? Because people have often said, oh, you can put a 300i in an 890 jump, but it was always tailored as those 2 S1 pads, not an S2. And so how do you differentiate that? And I'm like starting to think of a fabricator now in an 890 jump, if it had smaller components that was on an 85X, but not on a 300i. You see where I'm going. So there may be some outliers where if it fits, it still works. But you've got like the hoses they talked about, like refueling the ships. You've got the hand repair tools and stuff like that. So some it may work and may transfer over, but a lot of them aren't going to transfer over. And again, like we're seeing with the Ironclad Assault here, it's not going to transfer over to ships. It just doesn't work.
Given that the P-52 is size 1 components, apart from its radar, I know its life support is 0 as well. So the P-52 has a size 0 radar and a size 0 life support. Everything else is size 1.
So just imagine, for example, they give you a size 0 fabricator in the hangar for the 890 jump. So you've got to stock the size 1 components, which they give you maybe they only give you a really small cargo bay to pull that off just for those components. Up the top. I'm talking about up the top, right? You can obviously have whatever you want down the bottom. And then they give you a small fabricator just so you can, to encourage you to use the 85X over using a 300i.
Oh, that was the P-52. I'll just look up the 85X.
You get my point, right? It still stands. That was the point I was trying to make. Because there's these outliers that we don't have yet. And again, even though that looks like it could be the case, we still have little outliers. You can choose to put a 300i in there if you want, but you're going to have to run all the way down the cargo bay to grab your components. You obviously can't. Well, you could have a fabricator down there, couldn't you? You can do that too. So, they're all at a cost though. Like how much extra cargo do you have to lose to have the fabricator all the way down there? And then you've got to have all the components in the cargo bay so you can, materials in the cargo bay so you can make those components. Every time you try to do something the ship is not designed for, it just takes that much longer, takes up that much space. It's a give and take situation all the way across the board. And that makes it balanced.
We're seeing more of this too. Like the Hermes, we had a big chat about this on my stream.
Yeah.
We're trying to find out where it fits. Obviously, it's a cargo runner, but it's not necessarily the most efficient cargo runner. People love it. It's landed with a solid 8 out of 10 for everyone, I think. But I was looking at the floor space of it, this big, open, empty floor space. And all I could think was, I see my crafting machine over there and my resources over there, and it becomes the first sort of mobile crafting ship. Because it's got all this floor space to fit.
Tables over there.
Yeah, chairs and tables, throw the crafting thing, and it just became this floor plan, this big big open floor plan for a crafting ship instead of necessarily a cargo ship. And I think being that they were intending to get crafting in, I think they wanted it in now because they have the skin that they released for the crafting machine. They tried to scream it into Evocati, and we had the mistakes with resourcing and blueprints. But I think they wanted it in earlier, and I think that Hermes was supposed to come with crafting. I really think it was.
There's a reason why we've called cargo ships generalists for a really long time, because you can, if it's got enough space, you can do a lot of things. But by the same token,
you can put stuff down. Yeah.
By the same token, you've just pointed out things that we're now going to have to look at it as a community. And I do crafting on a raft.
I will come back to you with answers.
You know what I mean? Like, I can put my fabricator up there, but every time I want to craft, I've got to pull it. Do I just park in the middle of space and go fabricator off? Components into the thing. All right, I got to wait for 15 minutes now to make my box of smokes or whatever. All right, finished now. I got to put it back up. And you get what I mean? Where if I'm inside the Hermes, I can just do it as I'm flying. You know, like another benefit.
Well, part of it is also when you attach it to the cargo grid. How is that where it gets its power, or does it have a battery pack? So if I detach it from my raft, then it's depowered because it's got no power.
I'll make it go back a step further, Algared. I'm in my hull A versus my Golem Ox. I can only pull out what's in my pocket while I'm flying between 2 points. I can get out of my chair in the hull A, and I can go out and fabricate myself a drink.
Yep.
I'm starting to. So if you haven't realized, this is me learning on the fly, by the way. That's why I'm bringing it up, because now I'm starting to think outside the box. So I'm getting you guys to do the same. I do this a little bit. I've never talked about this with you before, ever, Algared, but I'm starting to see other things now. And this is why we talk to other people, because then we learn things. And I learned that from what Bops just said, and it's just fed my imagination. Anyway.
But to go back to the Ironclad, the size 0 fabricator that's in the Assault clearly is for vehicles. The 85X is all size 1. The P-52s are mostly size 1. For all the ships, the smallest component we've got in them is size 1 on our snub ships. Now, I could make a case that since snub ships don't even get a quantum drive, they should be light vehicles because they're pretty useless unless you give them a quantum drive. And if every other ship's got a jump drive, they should at least have a quantum drive.
The point I'm trying to get at, Algared, is how do they differentiate to make it so the 85X is the favored? Because, for example, if it is just a fits it sits analogy, right? Yeah, technically you can put a 300i in there, but do they make it so that pads lock ships in place? So therefore, because the 300i goes between the two pads, it doesn't lock properly. So if I get hit going in the atmosphere, does the 300i smash into the side of the ship and do a bunch of damage? We don't know any of that stuff yet, because they've hinted at things like that across the years, but it's none, because they deliberately leave things vague so they can change things if something goes wrong. Nothing is nailed in. Nothing is. They're all too DB determined. They've hinted at, but never rock solid.
I would expect that on the size 1 pads, that any snub ship would fit snugly.
You remember back in the day, I think you can even still a little bit now, you can go up to the landing pad on like a Polaris and technically like restock and repair the Polaris, but realistically that won't be a thing eventually, right? No. So because it's 2 small pads, you won't be able to restock a 300i because they're the size ones.
I think if you want to do that, you'll have to do it by hand.
Yeah, you'll have to land and do it by hand. So I start to go, is there other undetermining factors like locking them down, or is it just all bullshit and made up and it doesn't matter? And we don't know yet. Because I think also back in the day, it would in the original design of the 890 jump, the pads were underneath and they were 2 separate hangars, weren't they? Now it's on top and it's 1 big room. So maybe it has changed. We'll have to wait and kind of see how that shakes out. Anyway, next question. We must be getting towards the end now.
Ekazuni has a question which goes back to our discussion on the capital ships and the Javelin and the Idrises and stuff. And it says, sorry. The other question could be, or would be, why make a bigger ship than the Javelin that just has more guns than we already, when we already don't know what they would do with all that space on the Javelin?
I'll give the short answer, Algared. You can give the long answer, okay? Money. Go, Algared.
Yep. Because they said they were going to do it.
No, they didn't. The Javelin is the biggest ship that we're ever going to sell, is what they said.
But the battlecruiser was a ship that was going to be flyable by players.
Yes, but it wasn't ever meant to be sold.
Drew, they didn't say they'd sell it. But why make a bigger ship? Because they said they were going to build a bigger
Money.
ship.
Is the battlecruiser bigger than the Javelin?
Yep, it's between. So it goes Javelin, battlecruiser, Bengal.
Yep.
Okay.
Like, and that's going on the old.
What was it? Is actually state that in the you know.
I think it may have.
The only reason I ask is technically the Polaris was supposed to be smaller than the Idris, but they're the same size. The Idris has a lot more heftiness to it. It's a bit thicker.
It's also multiple. It's also multiple layers, and it has a whole
stories. Yeah,
like a whole triple layered hangar underneath. But yeah, they.
Yeah.
But
my point is,
so the Idris
Polaris is a Corvette, whereas the Idris is a Capital. So is the Javelin going to be the Corvette to the battlecruiser?
Hang on. The Idris was originally the same size as the Polaris, and then it grew. So that's why they went back and made the Polaris. That's why there's some similarities.
I'm talking about class size though, X. So one is a Corvette and one is a Capital. So we're going to have the situation where the...
All right, I'll destroy your argument. And what the argument is you're essentially asking is, do the rules of CI... This is why this episode's called Force Gods, by the way, right? Because they've made up so many things now that they don't make sense. So tell me why, and I'm going to ask you these questions, right? The Polaris is a Corvette, yes?
That's what it says.
Yep.
So that's what it says on the box. It's not, but that's what it says on the box.
All right. So why is the Perseus a Corvette? Why is the Hammerhead a Corvette? Why is the Ironclad a Corvette? Yet they're in completely different size ranges. One has a hangar, capital components. The other does not. And it gets worse. The Caterpillar is basically the same length as the Ironclad. Is that a Corvette? No, it's not listed as one.
It reminds me of this game I used to play called Besieged. I'm not sure if you've ever played
I've played it. I own it. Yeah, I played it.
There you go. Yep. So you know how in Besieged you get a certain space that you can build your war machine in, and you can't go outside of the limits of that space, or your war machine doesn't work. You get like 16 by 16 or 32 by 32. It sort of reminds. Every time I see them making these Idrises and these Polarises and the Perseuses or whatever it might be, it feels to me like they get the size of the hangar as their like limit. And then they just drag the length of the ship as wide as they can and as long as they can within that hangar, and it means that the size and shape of ships don't really matter, because they all just end up being the same size within the hangar space rather than having like individual identity and size. And it's because we're limited by the different sizes of hangars, small through extra large. But it would be interesting if we weren't as limited by the extra large hangar. I think we'd probably get some more interesting stuff, get some more void-borne stuff that can't go into atmosphere and this sort of thing. I'm hoping. I assume the battlecruiser and the Javelin will be void-borne. I'm hoping so anyway.
It doesn't state it here, I can't remember where it was. I think we had to go back through to find it another time. The
battlecruiser was listed in that type of list, but
yeah, but to find out the size of it, I think you and I had to go back through like multiple videos and we found it, but it was heavily implied that it's bigger than, it's smaller than a Bengal. It's bigger than a Javelin, and I can't remember where we found it. And I'm sitting here thinking, I know we went back like only a couple of years ago because someone called us out on it, like it was like, you guys are bullshit, and we went through it and it took a while, but we did find it, and it wasn't exactly that it's there, but there was you had to put 3 or 4 dots together, but it pretty much showed that it was between the Javelin and the Bengal, and I can't remember what they were. It took a while. I remember that. It took us like an hour and a half to find it. I don't know if you remember that, because again, I know it was a couple of years ago, but I do remember, and I can't be like, we're an hour over time. I can't sit here. You can take me on my word, or you can go out and spend the time yourself to find it. But yeah, basically, it's between the Javelin and the Bengal.
Yeah,
and when they say massive, I think that implies that it's even bigger than a Javelin. And it was always meant to be a player-in-game thing, like you said, Algared, as well, wasn't it? So,
yeah, it was supposed to be the type of thing we'd find in game and fly, or get the opportunity to fly or be part of. But the understanding was it wasn't supposed to be something they sold. Do they sell it? Look, I think given the fact that now we have bases and we're going to be able to build Javelins and Bengals and gosh knows what else.
So I'm sitting here reading what Piss Poor Pete's saying. He basically wants to raise 5k to be able to buy a battle cruiser. How do you think he should go about that? I'm thinking feet pics, maybe a face reveal at 5k. What's some suggestions there, Algared and Bops, that Piss Poor Pete could do to raise himself some revenue?
I think he does a singing competition that he leads.
I'm thinking more like that. What was that chick that sold a bathwater? You could do that, you know.
Piss Poor Pete's something water.
Sorry.
You've sold it to me, but I'm already paying, Pete. I'm already paying. There you go.
So good. That's so good. And I'm just sitting there going, "These guys are so crude," right?
No, that is so bad. That is so bad.
So good. All right, Algared, we've got what, 5 questions left or something like that. Go for it, mate.
Yeah, I was in mid thought, but I've now lost the thought that I had.
Yeah, and your lunch. And your lunch.
And my lunch.
All right, bro.
Just moving down. European game. European hardware enjoyer, Fulgrim.
Oh, he's gone.
Will the Ironclad fit a golem?
Yes,
And
it
he's
will.
gone.
It will, though.
It
It will fit a golem, though. Yep. 2 questions left.
Next question. No, one question. 2 questions left. 1 question left.
Oh.
What's all this bot talk about? So talking about bots joining the chat.
Yeah, that was
Not
just
bot,
Piss Poor Pete,
but bot.
Probably.
Being
If you actually. All right, then. I had a crest from Daft after his really good thing to raid this gentleman here. So we're gonna go over and raid this guy. His name is Indecent Gaming Australia.
Oh, he's a good dude.
He sounds a little bit like it reminds me of, like, he looks like an older, should I say older or younger? It's more insulting. Who do I? Well, I don't know this guy, so I'm gonna invest Jen. It's a younger Jen, younger
Younger General Desperado.
Someone clip this and send it to Jen just for shits and giggles. Anyway, right. Right. I'm looking forward to seeing Jen, actually. I haven't seen Jen in a bit. It'd be good to catch up with him at Atmo. So, yeah, I want you guys to go over there and break the fuck out of this guy's follow button.
Before we do go, Father and Son Gaming, yes, we're both going to Atmo.
Yes.
You did ask that question earlier, and I just saw your name pop up again in chat, so yes.
Why didn't that work?
I'll get out of here, lads. Have an amazing afternoon. Thank you,
See you,
mate.
mate.
Talk to you soon.
I'll
Take
come
care,
by and
Bops.
Yep. Didn't that work? Flash. Raid. That's really weird. Why didn't that work?
Have I gone offline already? No.
Oh, the raid's been created. No, I just wouldn't create the raid for some reason. Right. So what do we got over there? We got 40, 50, 70 people, right? So we'll be able to go over it with 70 people. We'll be watching in on Twitch. Make sure you smash the fuck out of his follow button. I love to watch these people that are smaller people struggle. I know it sounds all evil to say like that, but they just get smashed with bots, and there's like and they're trying to read them all out. So it's kind of funny. So yeah, get over there, smash it with some follows. We'll be watching in. And have a good one. And we'll see you guys next week. So Twitch say goodbye to YouTube. YouTube say goodbye to Twitch. And
ask what's your favourite ship. There you go.
No, just follow. I just want to see him struggle with the follows. But yeah, ask him.
Okay.
See you later. All right, let's have a listen. Oh, let's have a listen in.
Quickly becoming a good friend of the channel. What the heck? Inforunners, what up, people? Thank you so much for the raid.
And here comes the breaks.
Welcome. Did you do this for me, Daft? Thank you very much, guys. Welcome, Fergus. Thank you. How the hell are we? Oh, we're off again. Thank you.
All right, I'll do it down here.
You guys are the best. Welcome, Raiders. Oh. Love your guts, guys. Welcome. Surprise! It is a surprise, Max.
Boom.
Big surprise. And the follows are like, I mean, muchas gracias, señoritas and señores.
He's actually a pretty funny guy. I can see why people like him actually.
Enjoy the raid. I'll stop by later and hang out.
Very.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, Info. Have a good bite to eat, and thank you, Raiders. Welcome in.
He's an Aussie because he just cut us to info.
Yeah,
Info runners, it's just info. That's such an Aussie thing to do. Yeah. All right.
You guys are awesome, so.
We'll love him and leave him. All right. With that, then don't forget. Is my button going to work today? Let's find out. I don't reckon it will.
Oh God. Oh God.
Nope. Yep.
Everyone gets it wrong.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I know.
Alfred.
Well, you're the one that picked the name, sir. That's not on us. Right. With that, then, don't forget to like, subscribe, ring that notification bell, and thank you everyone that went the extra mile on Patreon at the end of the video. I think we will try and get the crafting one done. This weekend. Yep. It is a bit of a splecatory one. There's not a lot of work for you and I to do on it. Would have been good to get Bops in on it though.
It would be good to get Bops in.
Now, can I rely on you to organise you and Bops, or are you going to forget?
Sent him a message the other night saying, hey, we need to get together and talk about it.
Bullshit, because the first thing I asked him was, have you heard from Aaron? He goes, no, I mean,
and he said, yeah, I was talking to X last night.
Fuck off. So you said it the next day. That just proves you should send it the next day, you lazy shit. You went to send it the day before. 2 days later. Anyway, right. With that, then we're going to go off and argue. We're going to go.
Say I'm busy as.
We're going to go off and argue for about this for a couple of hours. You guys have a good one. He's been Algared.
He's been Execute, and we're out of here. Take care.
See, I'm going to bloody flog you. All right.
Yeah.
Turn these lights.